Morning, everybody. Good councillors and staff, and welcome to our public paper this morning at submitters, and also those viewing us online. There are no apologies. I think we are all present and accounted for. Do we have any urgent business, additional business? That's coming right. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Okay, can I have confirmation, please, of the minutes for the 24th of May? Yeah. Thank you, Caleb. Move Caleb, second Sarah Jane. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Just go to the meeting opening. For the submitters, you're welcome to have a cup of tea or coffee in the side room that is available for you. Health and safety, obviously our exit is out through the main doors and around out to the car park. And if your toilets are just straight down the hallway and veer left, and you'll see the toilets down out through the hallway there. Yeah. And now our first recommendation is that the report on our annual plan hearings and deliberations be received. And have there been any late submissions? Late submissions? So there were no, don't read number 2, there were no late submissions. And council hears those submitters who wish to speak to their written submissions at this meeting. Could I have a mover, please? Thank you, Dane. Seconded. Thanks, Caleb. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay. We'll now move into our submitters. So we have submitter number 1 is Mr. Christopher Randall. Page 7 of your. I probably should say that submitters have had 5 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Your Worship, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, my submission, the main one, is the waste disposal part of it, where I believe 6.6% of the rates increase is going to be for the council to do waste disposal. My problem is that there seems to be a conflict here, that the council is supposed to have supposed to be supporting local business. We have an excellent waste disposal company in Wahara, where I live, who currently collect all of our rubbish, not our recycle, all of our rubbish. And I believe that if the council is going to mandate waste disposal through rates and wheelie bins and that sort of thing, is that this company could be severely financially impacted. There is no interest. I have no financial interest in this company. The company are absolutely fantastic. They have never, ever missed a delivery in the 20 months that we've been here. They wash the bins out at the end of each collection, so there is no waste left in the bins. Doesn't worry us because we use liners, but it's they're always friendly. The drivers will have a quick word with you if you're out on the street at 7:30 in the morning. And my concern is that the council seems to be not wanting to, but there are unintended consequences that this company may well be in financial difficulties if the waste part of the rates increase is carried out. It's also the cost of the bins to the council, and I hope that we're not going to be charged for those bins, like we were with the yellow top bins and the green bins. I understand also that they're doing a compost, that you're doing the green bin, the composting bin. Not necessarily, really. I mean, I have a compost bin at home, goes into my garden. But my feeling is that the waste part of this rates increase is wrong, absolutely wrong. The other thing that concerns me is the money being spent on traffic calming measures and bike lanes. Hatana Street, I don't know what the cost of Hatana Street was, but it was when we came down here, I think it was October, nearly 2 years ago. Hatana Street, I think had already been changed by then, or was in the throes of being changed into that was a pedestrian only mall or something like that, traffic calming with, no, not two-way traffic and things like that. 18 months later, the whole thing was ripped out again, which sort of goes to prove that the original wasn't needed. The traffic calming measures in Tamahana Street with the ramps and so on probably caused more damage to vehicles than it did save lives. Cycle lanes, not really necessary in Matamata. We've got big wide streets, there's plenty of room for cyclists. Now, I understand this is the government is sort of mandating these traffic calming, or trying to mandate these traffic calming measures in the cycle lanes, but that I believe is something that the council does not need to take notice of. And you probably get 50% NZTA funding for all this, but you've still got to find the 50% to make up the rest, to make up the 100%. And really, it's not really necessary. Not necessary at all. It just seems to me to be a big waste of money. And my wife and I are both on superannuation, but because we are both on superannuation, we are above the threshold, which hasn't been inflation adjusted, or hasn't been band adjusted, so we don't get any rebate. So we're going to have to find 16.6% is the rate increase?
16.9.
16.9. Yeah, so that's the average. We're in Waharoa in a brand new bill, so ours might even be more. Our rates for last year were based on an unimproved section. So 20%. People like me might have difficulty. Has the council done any research into how many houses you might have to go into a forced sale to pay rates? I think that really, we should be looking to save money, not to spend it. And these two measures that I've just said, traffic calming and waste management, are both things on which money could be saved, not spent. Subsidies are okay, but you've still got to find the rest. I would also like to see perhaps the reduction in the number of council staff, similar to what Auckland are doing. I think they're making 350 people redundant now, with more to come if Mr. Brown gets his way. And I think that perhaps a reduction in council staff might be something to look at. Do we really need 3 buildings? This building is that beautiful building in Matamata. I haven't seen the one in Morrisville because I'm looking for it. Is it necessary to have 3 council buildings in each within a sort of a 25 to 30 minute driving time of each other? So I think that I'm quite passionate about Matamata. I love it here. It's the best thing we ever did was move from Manurewa to Matamata or Waharoa, and we're just regretting we didn't do it a lot earlier. It wouldn't have worked a lot earlier, but we're just regretting that we couldn't have done it earlier. So that's my submission. I think I've had 5 minutes. Yes.
Has anybody got any questions for clarification? I thank you for coming in. I think and thank you for saying you love living in our district.
Absolutely love it.
And we've certainly taken on board what you said, made notes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For you taking the time.
Thank you.
Okay, submitter number 2 is Liz Burridge. Lisa, sorry, it's Lisa, and husband. Lisa, if you'd like to come up, no?
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Hi.
Submitter number 2, it's page 38 to 41.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Burridge, and you will have had my submission, which I'd like the council to consider in relation to rubbish and pesticide collection. I think you will see that I've done a lot of work on the matter and have different options and have shared my experiences from having lived on the North Shore in Auckland when a tag system was rolled out, and also from residing in other overseas countries when we did our big OE. For the sake of fairness, I believe there needs to be an option to opt out if council will not be able to give more than a 120 litre bin for fortnightly collection. This will not work for many households in Te Araha, even with a 25 litre waste bin. Currently, there are a considerable number of people using 240 litre bins weekly for their curbside rubbish. We're one of them since we moved to Te Araha. And my husband has observed on his 8K-ish walks around town that quite a number of houses have 3 to 5 bags out weekly as well. Giving the choice of having 2 different sizes of bins for rubbish could be an alternative, and weekly, although I have been advised by someone in council that the contractor would possibly have to obtain another truck for weekly, which I'm not sure. Fortnightly leads to bad smells, maggots, insects, etc., which then require more water usage to keep those bins clean. Unfortunately, we saw that with our neighbours in Auckland, whereas we opted out and paid for ours. This isn't a one-size-fits-all situation, and ultimately, if this were to go ahead, and would most likely increase fly dumping, tipping, and litter, and even more additional costs to already stretch households with their additional rubbish disposal with only a 120 litre fortnightly bin. Waikato District Council states on their website that illegal dumping is a huge issue in the district. On average, they receive more than 740 requests to pick up illegal dumping every year. That's more than 2 a day. That would obviously increase significantly with the current council plan. Many items, as I have detailed in my written submission, aren't recyclable. Any paper or cardboard tainted with food becomes unrecyclable. Recyclable cardboard coffee cups, once used, become unrecyclable, which I really find ironic. New purchases have untold polystyrene, soft plastics, etc., and they are increasing in waste, not reducing. Nappies, sanitary products, kitty litter, animal waste fill a 120 litre bin easily in a week. Alternatives to disposable nappies aren't always practical, cost, nor time efficient, unfortunately. Suppliers have many years to go still with their packaging and products, and it's not fair to penalise us for that. There needs to be an opt-out option for those of us that are unable to take advantage of the council's 10-year rubbish reduction plan if it utilises only a 120 litre bin for fortnightly collection. Is the contract already signed for 120 litre bins with the contractor with no opt-out for the council to amend? If so, it would mean that sadly our submissions were irrelevant. Recycling and food waste bins, we believe, are fantastic initiatives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa? And thank you for taking the time and participating in the meeting. And I would say that all submitters will get a written response to their submissions in due course after the decision. So, okay, so number 3 is Roy Upton, page 6. Doctor. Good morning.
My name's Roy Upton. I've been a resident here for about 6 years. I was quite shocked by this increasing rates, as I'm on a fixed income like a lot of people here. I've crossed swords with members of this council since I moved to this lovely little town. My verbal exchange with the mayor got me banned from the local RSA for 3 months. No, it wasn't you, lady. Sorry. It seems to me that the council have used closed meetings and the lack of transparency to pass unpopular bylaws and taxes, as the only way we found out about this 17% rate rise was through our garden bin man, Wheelie Bin Services, on the 10th of May. I should like to remind the council that the Chief Ombudsman, Peter Boshier, launched an investigation into council undermining democracy by using workshops closed to the public to discuss issues and make decisions behind closed doors. The Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act requires all meetings to be public. Workshops are not considered meetings under the Act. That's how these crafty so-and-sos get around the law. The Hamilton City Council abolished closed-door workshops and opened them to the public in 2016. What have our council done about it? Apparently nothing. Seems to me that if some cuts and belt tightening have to be done, we need look no further than the salaries some of the councillors are being paid. 36 people are being paid over $100,000, some double this figure, and the CEO is paid a salary similar to the Prime Minister. I fail to understand how a hole in the ground and a processing shed can cost $30 million. If the government forced the system onto the MPDC, why didn't someone have the balls to stand up and tell them to get stuffed? That's what happened with Three Waters. But then all the people on the council on over 100,000 wish to keep their snouts in the public trough. I wonder how much money has been spent on consultants for this rubbish disposal system. Perhaps the council can give us some idea. I know that Auckland Council spent $52 million on a cycle track that would attach to the Harbour Bridge, and it never went ahead. $52 million. How much did we spend on this waste disposal system? Nobody knows. That's all I've got to say. Any questions? Silence.
I have a question for you, sir, if you don't mind. Have you read any of the central government legislation pertaining to these changes that we've had to make?
No.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Submitted number 4 is file page 10. Here.
Morning. I've spoken to current mayor, spoken to the past mayor, Smith, I've spoken to Neil Goodger, I've spoken to, all about the same matter every time. In 1 year, about the other. The rate increase is stated at 16.9 and could go above. Our rate's going to increase to 18.56. And I've also heard that some people are up to 20% increase. I think when you put this in the paper or on out into the public, it should be from the bottom to the top so people can see exactly what the council's doing. Smoke and mirrors. There's an increase, and I put down 191 water, wastewater. It's actually 204.60. A huge increase. This will now be, we will now be paying a total of $1,276.52 for water in, water out, which appears to be well above the rates paying in surrounding councils. For the last 5 years, I've asked the council time and time again to implement the installation of dials and meter boxes. This suggestion has fallen on deaf ears, even though there's a report put out at 2020, which in my opinion advocates the installation of meters. This was promoted by the CEO. Been told that properties with swimming pools are metered as incorrect. And again, I've told the mayor and those people that I've spoken to today about there's no meters in some swimming pools, and yet you insist they're metered. The dial, they have a meter box, but not the dials in to read them. So that's not fair to the people. Now, one person living alone pays the same as a household of 9, 10 people. And if they've got a swimming pool, no, not all swimming pools are metered. And I've time and time again, past mayor suggested that I give him the addresses, and I said, no, I don't do that sort of thing. It's up to you. Some of these swimming pools are on the council papers. And he suggested I get them to the CEO, and I said, no, it's your job to find those, not me going around telling tales on other people. Why are we paying for numerous leakages that are not always promptly repaired, thus costing us more? The whole of the council and Kaimai Valley Services look to within themselves to cut costs. In my opinion, the CEO should be sacked. After all, he's been in the role too long. His responsibility to run the council efficiently and cost effective so as to avoid these horrendous increases. I would suggest that the spa complex be parked, as the price is escalating way above the suggested price in the beginning. Last I read was it's $37 million. Started off at 18. Now that money could be used in a situation like we're right now. You've got airport shares, Thames Electric Power Board, term deposits. Why don't you dive into those? Show some empathy to your ratepayers and put yourself in our shoes. And I agree with the chappie that's just spoken now. Shock horror reading. And these are from 21, 22, those salaries that the chappie was just talking about. Showed people last night and they just all shook their heads. Unbelievable. It was unbelievable. My daughter, who lives in Auckland, is paying, when I mentioned that figure of $1276.52, my daughter lives in Auckland, family of 4, who pays currently now, it would work out $500 per year, water in, water out. Even if there's an increase, which is going to happen with the council, way, way shorter than what we're paying here. I just can't believe that you sit here and listen to me and do nothing about it. You're not being fair to the ratepayers, not at all. There was some mention when I spoke to Leah. She suggested, well, with the increase, you can go to the government. Not everybody fits into that category to get a rebate. Not everybody. I just can't believe that you really sitting here. You've discussed it all. Russell, I've spoken to you 3 times on this issue. You've done nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Used to target individuals.
Well,
Yeah, that's okay.
if
Just
you do
continue.
ask somebody to look into things, you expect some result from it. A, the mayor, A, yourself. As I said to you the other day with my wife, we need somebody that's going to stand up and get this council operating correctly and being fair to the ratepayers. You're not being fair. You're robbing them, especially in the water part. That's the part that hurts me. Yes, there's other increases as well, but this one can be fixed. By putting meters in, you'll give the people a fair rating system. I mean, I remember when the last Mayor Ash was running around throwing his hands in the air. If you go with the 3 waters, the cost involved, you're going to have a big increase. And look what you've done. You've done it yourselves, not 3 waters. You've done it. Well, as I said to me, I said, I really don't like living in this town anymore because I can see within the next 3 years, it's going to be really beyond people like myself being able to pay the rates. I guess it'll just fall on deaf ears again. Thank you very much for your time.
Excuse me, sir.
Questions? Thanks, Callum.
I can appreciate the emotions and the reasoning behind what you said. And thank you for coming in. Practically speaking, are you prepared to pay for water meter to be installed on your property? Or do you expect council to fund it? And do you think that money is going to come from nothing?
There's two ways to look at it. The suggestion in the report was astronomical figures that were quoted for putting meters in. That was 3 years ago. The longer you leave it, this has been going on for a long, long time, this thing about meters. And to say that, like the last report to come out, say to park it so we can see how our water system works. Goodness me. How long has people been in the council here? How long does it take? I've only been here 6 years. And I know if you put meters in, it's going to save the ratepayers a lot of money. There'll be less water used, for sure. There'll be less chemicals put in, saving there. But most of all, you've been fair to the ratepayers. Now, the price that was quoted, the mayor agrees with meters, she told me. But nobody else seems to agree with it. Nobody. The price that was quoted, I rang Water Care in Auckland, spoke to him about meters, and he gave me prices. I actually was in Hamilton, and he gave me prices. I told him what was in the report. He said, no, they can be installed for a lot cheaper than that, a lot cheaper. I used 2 types. It would depend on the price, to answer your question. Plus, since you've been robbing the ratepayers on this water system for so long, you should have plenty of money to do that. Plenty of money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I think that just to clarify, the long-term plan conversation is where the water meter proposition fits, and that was the long-term plan of 2020. So yeah, look forward to your submissions to a long-term plan.
But the long-term plan can go on and on and on. Mm. And every day it's missed action. It gets dearer and dearer.
I've noted.
Thank you.
Maintenance. Thanks, Mr. Wolf. No further questions? Okay, so letter number 5 is not coming in. His comments will be circulated when we go to our written submissions.
No.
So we now have submission number 6, John Watson, page 16. Thank you, John. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm John Watson. My wife Deborah and I live in Te Aroha, and we're both in our late 60s, and we're both superannuitants. First, I'd like to thank Council for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. This is the first time I've ever spoken to a submission, let alone addressed any public body such as this. As I sit here, I can't pretend to know about the ins and outs of Council's annual income and expenditure. What I do know is that I'm a simple retired human resources manager who knows exactly what his and his wife's personal income is and what our expenditure is on a weekly, fortnightly, monthly and annual basis. Our only source of income is our pension. When we found out that our rates were going to increase by 18.5% annually, my wife and I looked at each other in disbelief. We spent the next hour looking at our fortnightly budget and wondering how on earth we were going to afford $569 extra a year to pay what is a proposed $3,649.63 a year in rates.
This proposed figure doesn't even include the extra amount of money that the Waikato Regional Council thieves intend to bump their rates up by. And please don't suggest that we can always apply for the rates rebate. We know that, as many of others who've had this patronisingly pointed out to them at the meeting in the Domain a few weeks ago. One only has to read the comments of these people on our local Facebook group to see what was suggested to them. The point that I want to make to you today is examine all options before striking a rate. Have a look at the assets Council has, including recently purchased land in Waiho, and consider selling it off to offset a rates increase. Now, I know that it's zoned industrial. You have the power to zone that residential and sell it. I've suggested other things to look at in the submission I made online, including a halt on giving grants to a pile of local organisations. When a council is forced to impose such a massive rate increase on its ratepayers, drastic measures of reducing expenditure must be looked at. Having said this, and to avoid sounding hypocritical, I've worked voluntarily for a few organisations in Te Aroha and have welcomed the odd grant from council in the past. The time is nigh, however, to have a good hard look at what money council can afford to give away and simply stop doing so. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Both the media and many politicians are telling us that we're in an inflationary crisis. They're not wrong, and people like us are bearing the brunt of that. I implore council to take a deep look inside itself before inflicting an 18.5% rates increase on a couple of Te Aroha retirees who simply don't have an extra $569.85 a year to give you. Look at other ways of raising money, such as the sale of assets in the same way as the Mayor of Auckland has. In fact, in my view, council has no business owning airport shares. As an example, time and motion studies of employees over a month often reveal a large amount of distance between what employees actually do and what they're paid for. Over my 35-year career in HR, both as an in-house manager and as an external consultant, my team and I conducted over 20 time and motion studies in major corporates with findings that up to 15% of their total positions could be either restructured or made redundant without any adverse effect on the services the companies provided. In one case, just one case, salary savings of over $750,000 were achieved. Yes, my submission and this oratory may be considered emotional. That's because it is. When one gets told one's rates are increasing by 18.5%, it triggers emotions of anger, upset and despair. We had considerable difficulty finding the extra 11% the council struck last time, and now cumulatively on that increase comes another 18.5% increase, for us at least. To be frank, we have no idea where we're going to get that money from. Again, thank you for this opportunity to address you today. From my perspective, the proof in the pudding in terms of whether I was listened to today will be reflected in the rates bill that I get shortly. Thank you.
Ms. Watson, any questions, clarification? How long have you lived in Te Aroha?
Just almost 8 years.
8 years. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Right. Even a little bit. So similar number 7 what number is page 10?
Yep, go to page 10. I'm on page 1. Your Worship and councillors, thanks for the opportunity to come along and talk to you. I guess the first thing I'll say is it was so delightful driving over this morning from Matamata. It reminds me of why I don't live in Auckland anymore. So I just say that it was very pleasant. The reason I've put these proposals in is because of the the meeting I went to in Matamata on the 19th, where there was obviously a lot of disquiet about the charges for rates, and also for waste management costs. There were lots of ideas went around the room, and I was determined to have my say, so I did have my say. And at the end of that, there was applause, which to me indicated that I was on the right track. So basically, we often hear about user pays, and I think that user pays is a good idea. And I believe that any waste collection should be done, and people should pay for what is collected. There are lots of ways to do it today. We talk about technology. You can have a barcode on your bins, or a fob tag on the bin, which could be registered every time a bin is picked up. And the users of those bins could be charged on a 3 monthly basis. Their rating for the 3 months for waste collection could be determined, and they would be picked up. There's a lot of advantages for doing that. People will be more conscious about the waste that they're producing. It's more economical and faster for the contractors to pick up, because they wouldn't be picking up all the time. So in terms of their costs, they go down. Equitable charges to the ratepayer. It's pretty easy these days to crunch the sort of data that would come out of a waste collection. Reduction in waste charges, reduce landfill volume, and let's face it, the same process is planned for water metering. There's probably lots of other advantages as well. The CEO at that meeting said that there was a contract that had been set in concrete with the waste management people who were doing the waste management. To my knowledge, of contracts, nothing's pretty much set in concrete, sorry. Because the contractors have the opportunity to change their contract if circumstances change. And I would suggest that it's the same for us, who are the customer for that contractor. We should jump in and change the contract and set in place something that's going to work more equitably for ratepayers. As far as rates, I'll just quickly say, as far as rates are concerned, I think they're far too high. I believe that rates should be no more than, they should be tied to the CPI in the country. If it's tied to CPI, then everybody moves forward. As it is at the moment, the corporate moves forward, everybody else moves backwards. That's what everybody's concerned about, moving backwards. And we're continually moving backwards, and we need to be in step, not moving backwards. So my second waste management proposal is, I'm a fan of learning from the past, planning for the future. I'm reminded the early Auckland days answer to waste was the destructor. Has anybody heard of that? The destructor in Auckland. It was built on Victoria Street West, now Victoria Park Market, to burn the waste of the town as it was at the time. It was very successful. Witness the large chimney still there today. Subsequently, it's used to run a steam generator to generate power for the infant city or town of Auckland. Also later, the hot water produced was cycled through the nearby swimming pool to provide heat. And I agree that we bury far too much waste and holes in the ground. I propose that the council embark on a project to destruct all combustible waste in conjunction with a suitable accelerator to produce electricity for whatever purpose, predominantly for the district or for injection into the national grid. The advantages of this would be reduction of the volume of waste buried in the ground. It fits well with recycling, turning waste into energy. Injection of much CO2 into the much needed CO2 into the atmosphere, supporting growth of all plants and pastures. So, and I think that nobody believes that CO2 is harmful to the environment, because it's not. I'd argue that. Ongoing income for the council using raw materials at very little cost. Expanding business by processing waste from other districts. Reducing their cost for landfill as well. Utilising railway through the area for cheap transportation of raw materials and waste products. Provide long-term careers and employment for many people. This is done in other forward-thinking, go-ahead countries. Other advantages that I haven't thought of yet, but there would be many. The disadvantages of a program like this would be the capital cost of such a project. May require that the cost is shared by adjoining councils and other methods of obtaining money. We seem to be able to print it pretty well these days, so we just print something. There'd be resistance from central government because they think that energy belongs in their court. So local government would have to sort that out. And that's an idea I think that would work very, very well within the system. My third proposal, not discussed at the meeting, but I'm a fan of exiting from LGNZ. We elect you, the mayor, and the councillors to tend to the affairs of our council, not to be dictated to by an unelected appointed body. And I understand that there are government regulations, which I know nothing of, because there are far too many of them for anybody to know about, probably except for Caleb. So that's, I think that LGNZ doesn't do us any good. I also believe that the size of the rate rise that's on us right now is not all generated from within council here or from within the district. I believe that the majority of it above the CPI level is down to government regulations. The government regulations that are being placed upon us, even though I don't know about them all, I understand them to be the driving force of increasing rates. So you guys are between a rock and a hard place. You know, you've got to tell people that the rates are this big, and it's unavoidable because you're being dictated to by what has to happen. And us poor old ratepayers just living on a benefit. We go downhill with every rate rise, down every step. So,
Else to do. I'm just conscious of time. People are.
there's only one other thing I'd like to say. We hear about climate change, okay, and climate does change up and down. It's called weather, right? And not only that, whether or not you're aware of it or not, the climate is being manipulated by geoengineering. If anybody doesn't know that, they need to have a look. I went out to my car the other week and I looked at the back window of my car. Had been sitting outside for a while and I was dismayed at how dirty the back window looked on it. When I looked at it, it didn't look like normal dirt. So I thought to myself, that's weird. It sort of looked black instead of, you know, the sort of dirt you get on the back window of your car. So I scraped it all off. I scraped it all off with a razor blade. I got a sample of it right here. Now, if anybody's skeptical that geoengineering is being...
So can you apply this to our rates, please?
Yes, I'm applying it to the rates. It's to do with the manipulation of the rates and the weather and things to make things bad, so that things look bad, so that they can charge you more for everything, like farmers. So I got a sample right here for those that are interested. So that pretty much finishes what I'd like to say.
Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Thanks for coming in, Neil. Nice to see you again. Two questions. I've got two questions for you.
Yep.
How are you aware that the incomes for the CEO and mayor councillors are set by central government and not something that we can adjust.
Who pays them?
Comes out of a pool of funding
From,
central government.
that's not what I was told the other day. I was told that the money for that comes out of council.
Its remuneration authority sets the.
Politics. Secondly, the suggestion that we exit from LGNZ, how would that directly affect rates?
How would that directly affect rates? I'm not sure about that. But you have a level of governance in there that costs a huge amount of money, right, to the country. And I would expect that local government here pay towards that. There's a nod there. So you'd save that for a start.
Okay. I just conscious of time because we've got okay. Thank you for your time. Thanks for taking the time to come and talk to us.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, our next submitter is John Rayner. Page number 7. Give it on whiteboard. Oh, yep, there's our whiteboard. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
You have a whiteboard there for you.
Thanks for any markers there.
There is.
Thank you. A few nights ago, I was watching television, and as is often the case, there was no program there that appealed to me. It was all pretty uninspiring. So I flicked over to YouTube, and soon I found a video that I found very interesting. It was Mayor Adrian, and she was talking rubbish. And I don't mean that. Look, I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. She was talking about rubbish, and to be exact, she was talking about side deliveries for commercial organisations. And it was a Q&A, and there weren't too many queues, and so she was very eloquent in her answers. And then, as a footnote to the whole thing, she said something that I took particularly note of, and that was people don't like change, and we have to think of new ways of doing things. And I thought, yes, we do. And it's with that sentiment that I'm making my contribution today. 16.9%. I would normally use the word unacceptable. But that word is just so hackneyed nowadays, and the world seems to be unacceptable. But I would say I would call that indefensible, and I would also call it insupportable. Especially when it was only 4 years ago you came out and said 4% is the upper limit. We're going to try to rates increases will always be less than 4%. And that didn't last very long. A couple of years later, it went to 6%. And now what we're facing is 16.9. And these gentlemen pointed out that in many cases, the rates increase is going to be 20%. And this is often with a little old lady sitting in a house that she's owned for many, many years, and it's worth $600,000. Now she has to find a 20% increase. It's just wrong. There's got to be a better way. And it doesn't really just affect the ratepayers out there. I think it affects the council. What sort of reputation are you going to have when you're going 16.9% rate increase? What's it going to be like when you get external investors coming along to look at the start of government and they say 16.9% just to finance a rates increase? It is just not realistic. And I think about the old Monty Python program that some of you may remember. At the end of the Monty Python, they were playing the little tune that they used to play, and a man would appear and he had flowers growing out of his head, and all of a sudden a great big foot would come down, and you'd see the flower stems just appearing out of the bottom. but it was just that great big foot coming down. And that's how I regard the 16.9. There's no other way to, you get a shortfall, and so you go directly to the ratepayers and say, you're going to pay. And I believe it's just wrong. And when you think that in the long-term plan, it was 11.8%, I think that's also far too high. I get the feeling that council thinks, oh, 11.8 was in the long-term plan. That's what we should be aiming at. And I think that should be looking at single figures. It should be less than the current inflation rate. 7.2% is rapidly going down also. It's around about 6.7% now. Interest rates are on the way down. So you can't hide behind 7.2. I believe that you should be aiming at something like 4.5%. And I think it can be achieved. When we look at Hamilton at 4.9%, and we look at Waipa at 6%, why on earth are we looking at 16.9? I believe that when the 16.9 came up quite recently, that was then caused by a gap of 7 million. Is that right? You're looking for another 7 million? I read it in the. Yeah. And so if we're looking at $7 million between the 11.8 and 16.9, when we go down to 4.5%, and I've got no way of calculating this, that 7 million would be about another $7 million there, making 14 million.
No, it's I think the 7 million is the total, not from 11.8 to 16.9.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know what that figure was?
1% of the rate is 400k.
Well, sorry.
1% of the rate is 400,000, round about 400.
Yes. I thought it was 7 million. But in any case, if we're looking at another 14 million, I think there are 3 ways that we can achieve this without going to the 16.9 and the big splat coming down. And the first one is asset sales. And I know when we talk about asset sales, we say, well, no, most of our assets are either underground with the pipes or they're eroding. And I agree with that. But out of the about 900 million total assets, you come down to about 68 million, I think it was, of other assets. And I've got no way of knowing what is in the 68 million. I think it'd be a good exercise for a couple of residents, combined with a couple of people from council, to go through the asset register and find out what is in there that we could sell and get benefit from. And you'll see in a minute that I'm not going to propose very much from the asset sales, but I believe that there is something there and we could get a benefit from. And the second one is the big B word, borrowing. And there's no doubt that these guys, our neighbours, are getting their low rates increases probably through borrowing. And there's nothing wrong with that. The borrowing with the council at the moment in the annual plan is down to about 40 million. Substantially down from the long-term plan, 40 million. Now I'm teaching to convert it, but the measurement to see whether it's prudent or not is the ratio of borrowings to revenue. And at the moment, that $40 million represents something like 56%.
Jane, you need to keep the.
Yeah, maybe long. 56%. And our ceiling, if you like, is 150%. If we go down to Hamilton, they are 198%. If you go to Waipa, they're 173%. So we, down 56%, are just little minnows. There's a lot of headroom there. I believe we can borrow more. The third arm, if you like, to get extra revenue is from the Power New Zealand Fund. And that currently stands, as my understanding, is 22 million. And used to be, what, 25? So a bit of a checkered past. But that money was given to the ratepayers to be administered by council. But it was for the ratepayers and it was for rates relief. And I believe that we can borrow from that or just take some money from that and settle this rates increase. And so just to finish off, the three, first of all, and I'm still working on the 14 million. So the sale of assets, I'm saying 2 million. And I believe that somebody like Don could pick up the phone tomorrow and get 2 million. The second one is borrowing, and I propose 5. And the third one is the Power New Zealand, 7. 7, 5 to 12 to 14. And that comes back to the 14 here to give us 4.5%. My contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for your submission. No questions. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to our next submitter is Spolka, page 49.
Good morning, respected audience. I understand you're in a difficult position. I think people here would like to comply with the general requirements, general and national, and the legal requirements that are put upon us. That understand that and experience ourselves that all the costs are rising tremendously everywhere, and especially for the contractors. I expect that you all are willing to accommodate the ratepayers' concerns and wonder how to do that. Intuitively know that these rises will continue if no fundamental changes are made in coming years, just declining more and more. And then directly coming to practical ideas, I raised the following ideas in my submission. That is, keep on the sharp edge where government regulations are concerned, which bring in new expenses. Be critical on projects that are proposed to enhance or create images, sort of fancy things. And then have the expenses on strategy and engagement looked through with a fine comb, internal. And then the sale of assets. And the final issue, I'd like to address something about the waste disposal. With respect to the first one, the sharp edge of the government regulations that bring expenses, the directions and the use of the language, papers, forms, signs, these are directions all introduced without good backing of public opinion. They're not democratic. I would suggest that there be a guideline for staff only apply these demands where they cannot be ignored and be not forthwith compliant with the demands. Present government the bill and claim the costs that you incur. At the same time, the language, on the language. At the same time, do not forget to respect Maori language and culture. It's not to say it's not good, to give it its correct place. Co-governance is another government push policy which brings extra costs and bureaucracy demands. Get informed if you are not yet, and resist the many fraudulent aspects that have been introduced under this policy, if you delve into it. Once again, claim the expenses with the central government. There's a booklet on co-governance that has been made and that explains a lot of these things. I brought a few copies and I can lay something out for those who are interested to collect it at the end. At the same time, respect Maori culture and take care that it gets a dignified place in society. The third one, the government regulation, the 3 waters, now altered to 5 water. The council policy, I suggest, minimize every effort asked from us to comply with this policy where it does not make much sense in the general interest. This plan is also not introduced in a democratic way. So claim all the procedural costs brought about by the policy. And one can see from the goals of the policy that it goes for central control. Create no bureaucracy for this purpose. There's already an extra staff member, I understood, has been appointed to deal with the 3 waters issues. I reckon that should not have happened. Things to come that we may expect is that the rural supplies will come under scrutiny further. Fluoridation will have to be introduced. And we've had already overkill on backfill preventions, I think, by normal standards, that devices are to be installed that need annually inspection in all sorts of situations with minimal risk. The second issue, the fancy projects, I'm talking about the status projects, such as a big hall. I'm not aware of anything here in Te Aroha that's being proposed or being funded in this plan, but it could be chosen for the long term. So just keep of it for the future as well. Possibly there's something in Matamata or Morrinsville, which I don't know. The third issue is strategy and engagement. It's a big chunk of the costs, 25% of the rates. And I think it'd be good to have that carefully looked into in detail. And who can do it? Who can see and look into these costs internally with an open mind? The staff would be asked, they would look into their own activities and what could one expect if somebody goes through his own activities. There's messages and plenty of examples for these sorts of activities in the wider sense. Engage a consultant, of course, is the next one. It's expensive and privacy issues are there. And we should know how they stand philosophically in it, because that makes a big difference. The closest way to stay to ourselves, I believe, is to ask if some councillors would be willing to take on this task as something as an extra task. They are connected to the community already. They probably have a lot of their heart here and carry it. And they have pre-knowledge of various things. And they're likely to serve a long-term view. And of course, this whole review would not have much effect for the present rates increase. I can see that. It's a long-lasting issue. But still, since this is an ongoing thing, I believe it would be good to consider if that could be done. And if, say, 3 of the councillors could be found interested in these things and capable to do it, then you could gauge interest and select people by majority vote. I put a few names down, don't know how many of you. I thought of Caleb and Dane and Sarah Jane. Just a thought, so over to you, of course. The fourth, the sale of assets. I believe that could be a relief only on short term. I really recommend to be very cautious about that assets. Be very cautiously considered, and I haven't done that. I heard somebody talking here at the meeting we had in preparation that he was willing to support and had an insight in assets and strong thoughts. So there will be help from the community, and we just heard in the earlier lectures the same sound as well, asset sales. The last issue, the curbside collections. A new system is on bins, and bins, as I understand, are there for everyone and be a set amount for the service. I really plead that it be allowed for individual choice. So it would be not good to pay just one bulk sum for all the services provided, but to use those much or not, or minimally. And it's not in the interest of waste minimization. The financial interest to produce less waste is missing in this case. It's unfair to people who compost their food waste and don't need food scraps bin. It's unfair to those who filled in 20 waste bags in the year, in the past year. And who now pay the full waste discharge the whole year round. And an elegant solution that was proposed and has been tested, that was to put tagging on the bins so that it can be measured how much is done.
I'm just conscious of time because we're allotting 5 minutes to people and
yes,
probably at 10 and we've got people waiting. So
yes,
would you be able to?
Yes, yeah.
Sorry, I hate to put pressure
No,
on.
that's fine. Tags. So yeah, I won't explain the tag. I think it's pretty clear. Once you go in the cabin, there's a checker. Individual choice, and the waste producer pays. Thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you for coming in and submitting. No questions? We'll move on to our next submitter. Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
So we have now, we've got someone not coming. Okay, that one's out. So, so we're moving now on to John Harris. And he's sitting there. So that is page 51.
Councillors, council staff. I'll make it very short. As a start, I apologise for my slightly blunt and somewhat emotive submission, but with 15 years experience sitting where you are, understand that you are in a dilemma. And whatever you do, you will be unpopular. In this case, I just want to expand briefly on ideology, or political ideology, as some of it is, to the best of my knowledge, is not council core activity. And I beg you to think hard when reaching a decision whether to spend valuable funds on an ideological project that you'd like to do, but that would be outside your mandatory requirements. I fully recognise that the local government has things that you have to do. The most common example is bilingual signage. And the excuse that it's often will cost virtually nothing extra because they'll be done when they're maintained. I looked after signs for copious years. It's a fallacy. The sign size would have to be increased. to fit the additional words, as the font size cannot be reduced, as some people are already talking about. There's a cost for additional lettering and sign, depending on its size, may require additional sign support. There will also be constant pressure for the project to be sped up, regardless of whether it be replaced or not. And from a personal perspective, and a very long history of road safety audits, in my opinion, they won't improve road safety. I know that I will be labelled as a racist for making that comment, but I hope the people who know me will understand that my concern is particularly for those people on no fixed income. It's like the dilemma the councillors face. They also have little wriggle room to move in. Their problems relate to more mundane things like a roof over your head, clothes and food. The last things on their mind, irrespective of ethnicity, are the need for ideological projects. It is for them that I prepared the submission, and is why I plead you all to remember your core activities and these are the requirements, as well as the potential consequences for all the people in the district, especially for those on low incomes for every decision. And that's my note.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Harris? Thank you for taking time.
So,
Good, thank you for taking the time to
No,
come in and.
that's fine.
Okay, we'll move on to the next submitter, is Raylene Mickelson, page 4. So,
Good morning. I am here to talk about my reaction to the rates increase, and my understanding is the rates increases because central government have put it on everybody in New Zealand to do away with single-use plastic bags, and therefore we have to go to extra bins. I hope that's correct. So my rates are actually going up. I'll tell you a bit about me first. I've moved to Matamata 2.5 years ago from Cambridge. And Matamata is a great little place to live. I'm very, very fortunate that I live metres from the rail trail. So I make good use of that. Yeah, it's a bit of a thing, isn't it? To be told that your rates are going up 19.33% when you live on your own, in your own little world. That's, and you know, like others, I rely on the National Super to fund me, if you like. So, okay, my rates are going to go up through $533 a year. And that's about $10.25 a week. That, when you break it down, it's achievable. And actually, I'll end up paying $377 because I won't be buying bags anymore. And, you know, the reason why I support this, even though I'm gritting my teeth and I'm expecting every one of you to spend my money and be good stewards of it, otherwise I'm going to be really annoyed, but is because I believe climate change is happening and we have to do something about it. And it's not, I'm doing it for my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren because I want them to have a world to live in. So therefore we have to do something, because when you look around the world, there's not a lot happening. And we already know that we are not going to meet the 1.5% climate change in 2030, and we haven't got 2 more years to get there. It's more likely to be 2%. So my grandchildren and other descendants, if they survive, are going to be in deep trouble. So I'm willing to pay to do something. Since I've been in Matamata, I've got myself a worm farm that has halved the amount of rubbish that I put out every week. So, and there's, I could make many more savings by giving my worms much more of my rubbish if I choose to. I very rarely put out well, not really, but probably once every 3 months, I'll put out a bin with recycling in it. I won't be putting out any food scraps except for, somebody pointed out bones that if you buy a piece of meat, if I can afford meat, But what I'm really expecting of all you is to be good stewards of my money. Every single one of you. I want you all to be good stewards. I'm not worried about how you're going to do it, because I think you are between a rock and a hard place. And we all are, because we have to do it, whether we like it or not. No, I don't like it, but I've got to do it. So my expectations are that every one of you will look after my money and spend it wisely, because it's my money. Even though you are stewards of it, I expect you to make good decisions. Thank you for having me questions.
Thank you for taking the time coming over this morning. Right, with that, we will break for morning tea. We'll come upstairs and we'll be back in for the 10:30, the submitter at 10:30. So it's a quick break. The next submitter is not being contacted.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, I meant to say that.
I was wondering.
Yes, so We are now moving on to our submitter, Alan Downing, page 14. It's Alan. Thank you, Alan.
If you look at that, that's a threshold of poverty. There's rich and the poor, like anywhere else. Rich and the poor in Matamata-Piako. Rich are up here, don't worry about poverty. Poor, we've got a limited amount of money. Pensioners and superannuitants, they are basically just above that line. Are there anybody, or is there anybody in Matamata-Piako who is in poverty? I would say the people in the council own flats, they live in poverty. They need government support, pay their rent. Can't pay their rent, they would theoretically be homeless. The thing about being a pensioner, just above that line, there's a bit of daylight between, is that you're constantly worrying about money. Have we got enough money to pay our wage? It's getting harder and harder and harder in the last couple of years. And it's going to get harder again if you put the proposed rate rise on it. We're just coping. Your timing couldn't be worse. We've got the cost of living, everybody knows what it's like. Who would have thought you'd be paying $10 to $13 for a dozen eggs? We've got the fuel tax coming, I think, this month. Is that going to mean a hell of a rise in food prices again? We've got the weather. We've had these cyclone bowl rain and a tsunami of rain. Does that mean our insurance is going to go up again? We've also got a government change coming up. What's that mean next year? There's talk that could be a period of austerity. We'll all be struggling. The rates as they are excessive and they're unreasonable to superannuitants and pensioners down there. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions for now? Thank you for making your submission. Thank you. Our next submitter is James Burton, page 10. Morning.
Morning. Just before I start, I had a bit of a problem in how to address the mayor. Anyway, I decided I'd better look at Google and see what they got to say. Anyway, the census of opinion was Mayoress Wilcox. But I understand as I walked in the door that you were quite happy with Mayor Adrian. Anyway, Mayor Adrian, fellow councillors from the Matamata-Piako District Council, executive staff behind at Matamata-Piako taking notes of things that we do. Anyway, I've pondered hours and hours and hours over the draft plan and come up with pages and pages that I've rejected. So I've decided that I'll do off cuff, and if you excuse me if I'm blunt or whatever the case may be, then I'm sorry. But anyway, taking number one, my concern is for the lower income people and people on fixed incomes. Now, the next 12 months, or maybe at least 2 years, people of this community are going to struggle very, very hard. Already we've seen groceries increase by $150 per week, and that's unheard of. As a grocer all my life, I can understand the situation, but it's like a railway train. It's running away and nobody's prepared to put a brake on it. So I think the lower income and the ones on fixed incomes are going to be hit the hardest by a rate increase of 16.9. Now, in my submissions, I put that maybe we could, with council, doing a little bit of adjusting and looking at all angles of the budget, that maybe 11.9 is an appropriate amount that council could seriously look at. But looking at other people, they consider that maybe we should be going lower. But that is the council's decision that they've got to make. And I hope that in the future that they could give serious thought to thinking about the lower income of the people. Now, I understand that judging, I printed off what my rates are going to be next year. And the two biggest expenditures that I can see is waste and water. And I can understand that you've got a dilemma on your hands with government interventions and policies that are coming left, right and centre. And probably you're going to get more of it before Christmas comes. But I believe that with careful consideration, that maybe, I don't know whether council had an agreement with Haraki at one stage is regarding the rubbish collection. I don't know whether that still exists or not, or whether we're going to go out on our own and take the full cop of the increases that are coming along. So my suggestion is there any room for negotiations with other councils or not? Now, water. I've been in Morrinsville for 48 years and I've probably used millions and millions of litres of water, which I'm thankful for, because I've been just turning the tap on and giving no regard for what the consequences of it, except for the poor people out of the lake where we get our water from, have to get rid of all the bugs and goodness knows what else that comes along. I would just wonder whether council can negotiate with power supply, chemicals supply, or working with other district councils for overall discounts that can be available by asking if this is a possible reason why we can bring the cost down on the water supply. Now, other members that spoke have suggested that council is in a position where we have a low debt level. I have no idea what the debt level is, but if it's $40 million, I would like to see that reduced. And I can't see the sense in borrowing more money so that the situation, as far as council is concerned, is going to get worse. The other thing is that Morrinsville has been waiting for a streetscape scheme for ages and ages. Parking has become a huge problem. You go out at 9 o'clock in the morning and you run around the block 3 or 4 times before you can get a parking. I live in the same street as the college. I've decided I might as well walk because it's quicker. But parking is a big problem for Morrinsville. The other thing is the streetscape really worth the money that council is considering spending? The other side of the coin is the rec grounds. Is the rec grounds? And I hear all sorts of stories, and Mayor Adrian said that, you know, don't believe what the papers tell you, because we had a little bit of a debate about 57 million for the spa pool up here, and I thought, oh well, that's going to cost about $30 per adult if you're going to go in there, but that's beside the point. But she assures me that that's being put on the back burner. I've sort of run out of ideas. I know there was another couple of things on my submission, but overall, I think basically we're in a crisis situation and I can fully understand that. And I suppose what I would really like is that councillors give due diligence to what's going to happen over the next 12 months, whether you can save money and make a reasonable I suppose the word is percentage of rates that at the present time council is looking at. And just to clarify with council, everything that I've read is that the increase mainly is because council is wanting to collect an extra $7 billion. Now, it's been in the press, been here, and it's been advertised mainly because of interest rates and things that government has forced upon you folks. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see an end to it. But with due diligence and how we spend the money that you receive from the residents of Matamata-Piako would be really appreciated if you really seriously look at the end result.
Okay. Any questions? I just have one question for you, Mr. Burton. So when you talk about debt and appreciating that some councils actually borrow for their groceries, this is what we're talking about, our groceries here, you would be reading between the lines here, do you say there's no sense in borrowing more money?
Well, I looked back when I was in business that somewhere along the line, it's got to be paid back. Now, depending on where you're going to borrow the money from, dictates the terms on the interest rates that you pay. Now, take a person who buys a television set in the vicinity of $4,000. If you go to a reputable dealer that'll let you borrow money from them, they're asking 29 to 30% interest on their product. Now, in turn, you're paying twice for the original cost of that television. And this boils down to money borrowed to...
That answer gives me an impression of what you're thinking. Any further questions for Mr. Burton? No, thank you for taking the time coming over this morning.
If you don't mind, I'll stay for the rest of the period. Okay.
Do not mind.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the next person is calling in, Priscilla Tarrant. So we have her online. That's page 4. Hi, is that Priscilla? Hi, it's Adrian Wilcock here. We're just in the council chamber just to hear your submission now, if that's possible, please.
Okay, that's great. Look, I realise I've only got 5 minutes, so I'll start by saying I'm focused on looking at ways at the rising of our rates. Street trees across city especially is poorly planned. A checklist would go like this: necessity, do we need them? Townsfolk plant a lot of trees in their backyards, and parks and reserves are a good place for them. Placement of trees. After we have asked ourselves, do we need them, the most ideal placement is paramount, and how many do we need? Species of tree. Many trees are not suitable for our streets. For example, seed pods, berries, cones. I'm reading this, by the way. I typed it up. I'm reading it so I can get through it quickly. How big do they grow in height and width? Magnolia, grandiflora, silk trees and olive trees come to mind as very unsuitable. Long-term financial planning of street trees. Question: the financial cost to ratepayers from someone's unresearched tree suggestion to the end of the tree's life, what would it cost ratepayer for one unresearched tree? Contractors should be chosen for their arborist efficiency, skill, professionalism and service costs. If the contractor chosen is not highly skilled, than street tree management. They can do more damage to a tree in the long run, which equals more cost to the taxpayer. The financial cost of tree maintenance includes, amongst others, cleanups of shedding of seed pods, berries, cones, debris after storms. The list is very long. Clearing of flooding blockages of waterways, including drains, stormwater outlets, street curbs. Magnifolia grandiflora leaves don't break down for 3 years, and they are huge leathery leaves. They have been planted everywhere around here over the last decade. Repairing damaged footpaths from trees with shallow root systems. Removal of trees for differing reasons, for example, due to people having allergies to pollen-laden trees, damaged trees, trees restricting views or too shady on houses, etc. Pruning of overhangs, damaged branches and trunks after storms, accidents caused by driveway to street view blockages, replacement if deemed necessary. These are just some of the issues that I see with street trees here in Morrinsville, and no doubt around other Matamata-Piako district towns. Members of the community, such as myself, rather than paying thousands to consultants, are available for free to the ratepayer to assist council research around street trees suitable for our district. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about is the Morrinsville, this is the last. Next is the Morrinsville Rec Ground upgrade. Instead of a grand redevelopment of the Morrinsville Rec Ground at this present time, a simple tidy up and some minor added features would make it fantastic right now for recreational walking, photography, picnics, spectator parking and casual parking for those just wanting to be in nature under the trees, looking out over the expansive village green. Access way from Avenue Road through the tree-lined avenue to the swim zone car park is, I think, one of the most neglected, picturesque areas of Morrinsville. It could have been a photographical asset to the town for wedding photography, tourist walk time, but right now it's the Morrinsville Walk zone. A simple upgrade would include restrain and replace missing posts along the rec ground fence line, especially along under the avenue of trees. Test traps for rats seen wandering across the avenue road in the daytime into the shrubbery on the railway line side. Remove the weed-like shrubbery along the railway side of the avenue and also tidy up that fence line now that it is now owned by the council. Fill in the skateboard hole and replace with a picnic bench as it is graffiti, a dirty rubbish and leaves collector. Currently, from all the times I drive through there, hardly any kids use it. It's out of sight of adults, and what goes on around there is anyone's guess. I wouldn't go there if I was a kid or even as an adult. Now, for now, turn the railway line strip into an off-leash dog area with dog-proof fencing, some seating, and maybe a vandal-proof water supply for dogs to have a drink. I know for a fact many people don't go to the rec ground with their dogs or just for a walk because off-leash dogs have attacked people there and been behaving in a threatening manner, and I have experienced this. It is not fair that a few people with vicious dogs are depriving the majority of people of enjoying this beautiful area, a key asset for Morrinsville. Swim zone, swimming pool, just construct a simple arch-type roof, the simplest allowable by the rules, to cover the pool, get everything to scrub up in a paint, even a simple coffee cart license to someone. Ask the public for over-retired skilled lifeguard volunteers, a pool of about 30 people to assist with water shortages. Sometimes it's just as good to work with what we've got rather than say, no, we can't. Tidy the tree-lined avenue roadway to the side through the rec ground with some metal along the sides of the current road and around the large trees, so the roots don't get covered by mortar field and so water prune them properly in a balanced way to counter any weather bomb or strong prevailing winds that would potentially bring them down or damage them, and also in a way that the burning cuts heal properly. And that's the end of my submissions.
Thank you, Priscilla. Is there any questions for her? No, thank you for those suggestions. I'm sure they'll be captured, and thank you for taking time to listen.
Yeah, I did send through written suggestions, which were probably over wordy. I typed them up when I knew I had to submit my phone. But anyway, thank you very much.
No, thank you for taking the time.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, our next submitter is Gary V. And that's page 26. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, how are you? Over here in councillors. My name is Gary Boot. I farm on Claren Road at Manawari. Roading is a core function for the council and vital to the economic lifeblood of the district. And full disclosure, I've already corresponded with some of you about the McLaren road situation, including some of the staff. Some of you are aware of the poor state of McLaren Road, where the potholes cause drivers to weave their way up the road to avoid a rough ride. There are signs at either end which say fouling potholes, which is wrong because potholes are winning and have been all year. I know the weather has been a factor and the cost of tar seal and fuel has increased. My request is that more priority to funding be given to roading in our district, as I believe that depreciation rates for the roading network underestimates the real level of deterioration. I'd once again like to address the lack of financial transparency at MPDC. Good transparency leads to more accountability and better decision making. As a modern democracy, we should expect a high level of this. Most of you have heard me speaking on this, so for the newbies, I returned from Oklahoma district to this area. Oklahoma produced a spending breakdown on property type, which has been circulated as an example. And you should have that all in front of you. Many of you have seen these before, by the way. This allows ratepayers to see exactly what their rates are being spent on. I've presented many times here and hear a lot of positive noises, but see very little action in implementing this. MPDC is being shown up by a small council with far less resources. If I had to score MPDC on this, performance on this, then this would be my score. Last year, I spoke about wants and needs. I'm not saying that some of our projects should not go ahead, but if next year cars are weaving up and down McLaren Road, then it's possible you may see me with a less happy face. Thank you for your time.
And just a clarification, council provides in the first rates for the year a breakdown. It's obviously not as detailed as this, but there is a breakdown. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of it. I think it's inadequate. I think the amount of detail that I'm asking for is what's provided by Oklahoma. If you were to ask a individual ratepayer, how much do they spend on libraries? How much do they spend on roading? What is their share of street lighting or sewage? We should be able to answer those questions, but we don't. It's all bundled together. Unless you're a forensic accountant, you can probably tease it all out and work out what that is. But for the average ratepayer, I think we need far better information. And just one more thing, listening to some of these other people, I think level of rates is a real issue for a lot of the people in, in Matamata-Piako. I'm involved in rental properties and rental trust. We try to keep our rents to the fairest minimum we can, but if we get big rates rises, it's got to be built in somewhere. We can't run at a loss. It will be passed on eventually. So I do feel for the people on limited incomes in Tiara and Port Matamata.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Perry.
Should be time.
We'll now move on to John and Rob from Tasman Village. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillor. I'm Rob Downing, President of Tasman Village. This is John Housing. He's on our management committee. He's going to do the submission today.
That page of your submission.
Mayor Wilcock and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the main issues of the written submission from the Tasman Village Society, of which you have a copy. The village started in 1989 and has continued to develop until the completion of the community centre hall in 2019. Currently, 75 units in the village pay full rates in addition to the rates for the common grounds and the community centre. In this way, the society, through its residents, contributes close to 200,000 to the Matamata-Piako district annual income. When council announced the proposed rate increase of 16.9% for the district, we were shocked to learn that this in fact will mean an increase in excess of 19%. In my case, 19.5% for our residents. We are retirees living on fixed income and have no means to pass on these costs. However, the services which the council provides to our residents stop at the entrance to the village, and not, as is the case with most residents in Morrinsville, at the front of their property. Consequently, we cover all costs associated with the maintenance of roads, grounds and underground services. And these are, as no doubt you are aware, considerable. In the last 5 years, this has cost us at least $110,000. In summary, our residents pay above average rates for below average services provided by the council. We do not consider this a fair situation and suggest that some relief of this rates burden be considered. We accept that the rules will need to be followed when applying rates to individual properties. But is it possible to consider some general rates relief for the society's facilities, such as the community centre and the common grounds? This would be a benefit which would flow through to the monthly contribution each of our residents pay towards the society for maintenance and administration. In conclusion, I mentioned that our village is holding an open home event this Saturday on the 10th of June from 10 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. I do not know how close any of you are to retirement, but if you are welcome to see for yourself what we offer to potential residents. I thank you.
Thank you for the submission. Any questions? Do you receive curbside currently, or do you have to do your own waste management?
No, it's been collected by the
We do put it in a community set area for the council to pick up.
That is for the house waste.
Yes. Yes.
But the green waste is being done
Yeah,
by
that's
the
separate.
village.
Yeah, no, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No? Thank you
you.
very much for your coming and taking time to submit today. We now have Francis Casey, Hub Federated Farmers online. Morning, Francis.
Good morning. Thank you for fitting me in.
No worries. Keep going.
I'm just going to keep it brief because I'm a bit sick, so I don't want to let you guys listen to my voice for longer. So my name is Francis Casey. I'm a graduate policy advisor for Federated Farmers. We thank you for allocating us a speaking slot. I'd just like to note that Matthew Zonderop, Matamata branch chair for Federated Farmers, cannot attend the hearing today. Federated Farmers here thanks this opportunity to speak to our submission. We acknowledge Council's efforts to produce a draft annual plan, given the current economic climate and regulatory challenges that Council face. We are a membership-based organisation mandated by its members to advocate on their behalf and represent their views and interests in respect of their rural businesses. We'd routinely submit on annual plans with particular interest in rates, UAGC and roading, and we'd like to take the opportunity today to highlight our views on these topics. First, in relation to the rates, for our members, rates make up a noticeable portion of their operating expenses. Federated Farmers takes an interest in Council's proposals, and generally our argument is to keep rates rate increases below the rate of inflation. However, this year, Federated Farmers supports the rate increase as proposed. We are aware of tensions with residential rate increases who face a higher rate increase of approximately 18%. We encourage Council to maintain the rate increase for rural and residents as they best reflect the changes in Council's services and the level of benefit derived from each sector. I'd just like to note as well, it's also good to see that the Council is not lowering the UAGC to make uniform annual general charge, to make residential rates appear more affordable. This has been the tendency with other councils this year. Federated Farmers would just also like to note on the point of rates that we acknowledge that Council has been faced with queries about whether to borrow to reduce residential rate increases, and we just want to reinforce that that would not be, or we would not support Council in that regard, as the changes to Council services don't benefit the community as a whole and would pay for it later on. Finally, I just want to explain a bit about our position on the roading. We understand that Council is proposing not to fund depreciation, instead replace road assets on a needs basis. Our submission recommended that Council prioritise rural road maintenance and repair in their needs-based assessment. Rural roads are one of the main benefits our members derive from paying rates, and we want to ensure that any money spent on roads, whether rural or not, is not wasted, and the replacements are carried out correctly and efficiently. So these are important principles that ratepayers expect from Council, especially in these economic times. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission.
Thanks, Francis. Any questions for her? No questions. Thank you for taking the time. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you. Apologies. Cheers.
That's all the submitters that are coming in to present. Oh yes, there was one submitter that couldn't come in. Can we include that in our, oh, I suppose we need to read it. Yep. But I guess those online won't hear it. This is a submission from a person that was going to submit this morning, so I will read it out online for the benefit of those present and online. So this was a submission from John Townsend. He unfortunately couldn't come in this morning. His comment is, submission is, A prudent council would not be looking to make huge changes, especially expensive huge changes, right after a global pandemic, which has taken its toll on our region. Thanks to the huge number of tourists we never saw for the best part of 3 years. It's bad enough to learn that councillors thought it was appropriate to give themselves a pay rise every year of the pandemic, while Kiwis were losing their jobs in the district because of business is closing down due to the pandemic. And I wouldn't be surprised to learn in due course when the requested info is provided that the same has applied to the upper echelons of council management, all 16 of them earning over 120k, also getting a decent pay rise over the last 2 or 3 years. Most people have no idea that council staff has on salaries like the CEO on close to 400 a year. There is a large amount of info I was trying to obtain from the council ahead of the submission without success to comprehensively justify why this needs to stop and things need to stay as they are for the foreseeable future. However, due to the time constraints in the light of the information plus all the monetary policy related things I've discovered and the fact the wider community should be a lot more involved in this, I urge the council as one of their employers and district ratepayers to put everything on hold immediately and reschedule a hearing for a Saturday morning in 6 weeks' time when more people can attend and the requested information becomes available, because it's not right now. This is done seemingly in secret in the middle of the week when everyone's at work, so they don't get too much pushback. If they're going to just ignore my request, then I stand by my remarks yesterday that they need to either do nothing for the next 3 years and revisit this plan then. But if they insist on going ahead, then they have to meet the community halfway, which means 1, getting rid of half the councillors, and 2, a bunch of highly paid staff from council service to minimise the average rate increase to half of what it is projected to be currently. 3, no more rate rises for 5 years. It's called give and take, and everybody has to make sacrifices. You can't just spend what you haven't got, meaning you have to make cuts too. You cannot keep up with this scheme of coming up with crazy ideas and then expecting the community to pay for it, especially when you cannot give me the information on how much has been spent on community initiatives to date when I request it, because it should be public knowledge available on demand. I hope you all see sense and forget this whole crazy idea of having a nice-to-have scheme that is ridiculously expensive at a time when people are struggling to get by, and put it in one of those goddamn wheelie bins where it belongs. That's a submission from John.
Can I ask a question, Adrian?
Yep.
Because I've heard it so many times today that we are being paid. We've got wage increases and being paid quite a bit. I think we should probably inform the community of what a councillor does earn. That might be a little bit clearer for people.
A bit more transparent.
Oh, wrong one. I've got 2 buttons here.
You got the second one, yeah.
It is in the annual report. It's always in the annual report.
I know, but I think it's obviously not clear to people what we're doing.
Just to in John's point number 3 there, Adrian, you said no more rate rises for 5 years. Yeah, you said no more pay rises for 5 years. Just to make
sorry,
sure that,
didn't read that right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, no more pay rises for 5 years. Sorry, jeepers. Obviously got rates on my brain. Yeah, no, that's a significant difference. Agree. Right, with that, we have now received all our submissions in person, and this one on their set that we read on John's behalf. So now we will move on to the reading through the submissions of our written submissions. Now I will take them as read. Technically, we should have all read them, and I'm sure you will have. Are there any points of discussion? I'm sort of open to how we do this, but we can probably, rather than read them verbatim, if there's any points that you'd like to raise along the way, might be the easiest way to address this.
are we going specifically to things that are due to rate increases or other things that potentially are noteworthy?
Okay, I think there are things that are really noteworthy that will probably fit in our long-term planning discussions that are not relevant to this hearing. And probably no harm in mentioning that along the way that this is a long-term plan decision or this is an annual plan decision. So yeah, open to your input along the way. So I guess if we just, if there's anything there that rears up that you want to raise, please do so. If you want to start at the front pages and just flick through, we'll just go with it if there's any comments you wish to make. Because there was quite a bit of feedback, obviously feedback on the curbside collection, and the reality of that was that we had, that was consulted on in 2021, and the contract was, recommendation was passed in the previous training. So the opt-out, the changes are not practical at this point in time. Russell.
Just a clarification on the rubbish. If 12 months down the track, or 2 years down the track, we wanted to make a alteration to the current contract or the contract that's going to be signed, is that a possibility, or we signed it?
Signed. It's already, the contract has already been signed.
Yes.
I think that's something for our deliberations to ask that question at a later in our deliberations.
So the question that
Rather than just receiving the submissions at the moment.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a 10-year contract.
10-year contract, but can the contract be adjusted?
So we need to consider that in our deliberations. That will be one of the questions we need to ask. If we're going through these submissions, it's something to
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe make a note about Priscilla Terrence.
Yep.
Submission that she made. I thought there was some really good ideas in here. I really like some of the things that she brought up around the trees, given that we're just looking at the tree thing. Also, one of the points that she hit on there was that there is a lot of experience out in the community, and maybe we can look at that in the future, where maybe instead of some of the expensive consultants and things that we get in, there might be the possibility to bring some of these people in from the community that have an experience in their background to, maybe get them a little more involved, if nothing else, in some of these things.
Just submission number 71 on page 23, Rochelle Hunt. Can someone follow that up? Because it's saying that they are getting a curbside collection fee when they go to see it. Yeah, so if someone can follow that up, that'd be good. Thank you.
There's somebody else.
Yeah, there was somebody else.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
I think he was a farmer that was concerned that he was getting it as well. And, we've discussed. So yeah, just one of the issues that are coming up regarding trials, and I think it's seen as perhaps people don't understand where the money's coming from, and I think I took somebody's comment that yes, we might get a percentage of it, and yes, it does help. So I think we have to perhaps communicate why we do trials a little bit better, and in some cases, we've learned a lot through the Hatana Street one, but that keeps coming up. The problem with trials, people that's an issue that we need to some way of at least communicating.
So it doesn't, it's not in this annual plan as such, but it's something that affects people. Yes. And I think the understanding that road was up for a rehab anyway, so the trial was done and then the rehab.
Yeah, it just didn't look.
It didn't. Yeah.
Like.
Got any feedback for any of the submissions? I think we all hear the pain for people with this rate rise, and especially in the water space.
Sorry. Are these submissions made public for people to?
Yes, they are public. They're publicly available. James.
Yeah, no, I was just going to talking about the conversation with the long-term plan as well. And obviously some things came up today about water metering, and so I think we need to note that we need to discuss for long-term
plan. And I think there were some submissions around sustainability and controlling costs. And there's again, long-term plan discussion in that space as well. Oh, but also I guess there is the question around, can we work with our neighbouring councils more effectively and efficiently to drive efficient spending? I think with CoLab, that's
We do quite a bit of
already. Yeah, but I just yeah.
Sorry.
That might be on few days.
Yeah, some of those suggestions or thoughts were made, and we know that it's already done. It's getting that information out, right? Because there is a lot of collaboration.
And our electricity contracts.
Yeah.
I just need clarification on Matamata-Piako, please. Being one of the newer councillors, I'm unsure what we're referring to. Point 2, it seems ratepayers are charged twice, question mark 21-22, and then an overflow transition to 22-23 budget items. I just need more clarification on what that is. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one. No, it's
not
not clear.
The 81 million star upgrade is,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
yeah, and then she's also got an $81 million star.
Yeah. I think that's just the sort of clarity for the similar.
She might have transposed those number of things.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
A number of these submissions actually do come up the potential to look at fees and charges next year and with their long-term plan.
And the grants issue keeps coming up too.
And we're going to
consider it. Perhaps not the little leagues, but the other people.
Submitter 38 brings up about council vehicles and policies around replacement and things like that. I would guess, Don, that there is some policies around vehicle replacement, and that's been looked at as far as when the most economical to try and climate change them is and that sort of thing.
Yep.
And I said earlier casually about Tourism Waikato wanting more money.
That's that grants.
Yeah.
That's in our deliberations.
Yeah.
That's a bit. I think there was a misunderstanding around the submitter number 47 around the Waikato road land or land zone industrial. It is rural, and confirmation that the airport shares are not publicly listed, so they're not available. So all the councils own those shares.
Don, can I ask a question about this potentially surplus land property sheet we have?
I'll do that in deliberation.
Okay, that's fine.
Did notice submitter 45, Clive Hunt's submission that he made, which is, to do with the roads and the dust and things like that. It's obviously causing him significant issues, especially with water coming off the roof and things like that. I feel for all the farmers maybe that are off of the, roads that maybe aren't being maintained as much as they are. But I guess I just wanted to mention that he looks like he's getting a hard time out with those problems. So might be something that
that's what we've got to address in our long-term plan around our road. I understand.
I guess the outstanding feature for me, just
anyone, lead to share or lead to
steering. So the outstanding feature for me, Adrian, is the effect that it's having on those who are struggling with the age and of course the young families. So I would like to think that we keep that top of mind as we deliberate.
Okay, thank you.
The code.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other further anything anyone else wants to raise?
Some submitters refer to the fact that our rate increases is much more than some of our neighbouring councils, Yeah, and I just wonder if they take into account, we've got to look at, renegotiating the refuse contract. And maybe, I don't know, maybe some of those councils are about to do that and face similar increases in years to come. And there's also the issue about, charging for water. Some councils may be on water meters, in which case water is charged differently. And I don't know which councils have that. In fact, some of the submitters don't do that either. And I just wonder if some of the references to neighbouring councils having smaller rate increases is valid in all cases. Mention that.
And whether they're borrowing to subsidise it.
There also somebody, I can't remember which submitter it was, made a comment about the rates rebate not being adjusted.
Government.
So, yeah. It's like a,
my understanding that it was a little bit, but yeah, I couldn't. Okay. I don't have that detail. We can ask start that so I can clarify that. I think there was acknowledgement by some that this, we are caught with obviously inflation and the regulatory environment, which I think many of us are very aware of, and some of us even in our businesses face that quite significantly. And unfortunately, I think some of them, it's the targeted rate is where the increase sits, and that's what's distorted our rate increase.
Adrian, can I just make a public statement about the tone of some of them, particularly when they were personally threatening? I think I have to say that publicly, that I'm a bit saddened by that. So yes, we're all ratepayers, we're all in the same situations.
Yeah, to receive threats was yeah. I think there needs to be some clarification over Elderwood subdivision and what's happening there with the waste collection. I'm getting mixed messages there. It's number 75.
And the Lawrenceville situation.
And Tasman Village, I don't know. Yeah.
They'll do all the villages.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll clarification. Oh, and number 78, there was submitted number 78. It wasn't so much about the annual plan, but there's something about problem with wastewater. So that's just a follow up, just not so much about our annual plan. Very hard to understand where, because we don't know where these people live and how it's affecting them individually, but I think we get it loud and clear that rate increase. I think the other thing is around the 11.81 that we had was in our long-term plan and agreed to, and it's always going to be that blip in this financial year.
And check some of the
Yep.
I've had to check some of the addresses. Yeah, when you look them up on the little calculator thing, they are getting charged for things that they're no longer going to be getting.
Well, they'll get it charged initially, and it'll be remitted.
Katana Street, for example, which is in the commercial district, but when they use the calculator, it comes up and says they're going to get charged for rubbish collection.
Yeah, and it will be remitted. Yeah. And I guess that's part of the conversation, is that it's going to be charged initially for July and August, and it will be remitted in September. And it didn't have a thing to say that it wasn't going to be changed. So yeah, that's just to do with that remissions policy, to remit it in the 1st of September.
there was submission 94 as well on page 27.
Yes.
The rural rubbish collection issue again.
Don't know where they live.
Yes, somebody got
Number 94.
They live in they're off the interstation road in the new subdivision.
Oh, they're not.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Just that side.
So they're being
captured in the waste. I guess this is the thing around the changes that happening. And I guess the challenge here is building understanding around inflation and the CPI for the homeowner or the grocery type thing, and how councils affected from a inflationary point. And of course that the fuel charges will affect everybody, including council. I think that's part of the sort of the duties coming back on. So no other feedback?
Just a general comment, even though we've heard a lot about the superannuants, with their, I've been able to afford their rate increase. It was interesting to see that the 35 to 44 age group was the largest submitters, which was good to see that submitting, but obviously they have concerns as well. They've probably been young homeowners with new mortgages.
Oh, no.
The only general comment I'll make, Adrian, is that there is a significant amount of comment being made that we have to cut our cloth effectively and think about this particular one talks about, do we have libraries only open 2 days a week, and and do we mow lawns and whatever. It's a service level, all right. If we have to make cuts, right, it's an issue that's going to be in a consultation process. So it's not something we can do tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the long-term plan, and this is where the opportunity sits in our next financial year. I'm addressing that, and will be out consultation earlier in the year next year.
Yeah, but as you follow on, Bruce, I mean that the general theme here, of course, is that people are not happy with the rate increase. And, I'm stuck with the same rate increase myself, so we're all on the same side. I mean, the issue I have is, and I think it's really good to go and get submissions from the ratepayers as to their feelings. No surprises with those feelings. What I would like to have seen is perhaps, we don't want to pay this increase, and these are the services we are willing to go without. There's very little advice or input from ratepayers as that, we appreciate that we just can't meet the increases, so please drop these services from what you provide, and that's just not there.
And that'll come in our long-term plan conversation. Like, we'll be encouraging people to participate and engage with us in that space to understand. And some things might have a significant saving and others might be only small, but I guess if there's lots of small savings, that can add up. That's for not our conversation for today, for our annual plan, is for our.
No, but we may have to look at how we can be more efficient in what we're doing today in what we're providing.
So any, I think some people would a lot of trouble to consider things and provide options that we can consider in deliberation, such as borrowing, selling assets. There's also, of course, the road impact.
To be fair, I think one of the things that people suggested in the submissions that they would do without was rubbish collection.
And unfortunately, if you go on the Ministry for the Environment website, it directs that councils must provide a curbside service to all urban populations over 1,000 people, and also that if there's a food bucket must be provided if there's a facility, commercial facility up and running nearby. The whole intent is to to remove reusable resources out of the waste system going to landfill, and we all know here that Turahira's landfill is filling fast, and while it's set to be closed at 2038, I think if we keep going at the pace we're going with our the population's waste management, it will be closed before then, but and that's just speculation at this point. I don't have any proof, but I think given the waste coming through from the communities, that's and where it's coming from, that will have an effect. Right. So we'll happy read them and taken on board their feedback. So we'll now move on to sorry. So, okay. Pages. Next paper everywhere.
While you're doing that, John, can I just ask a question? How New Zealand shares came up again today. Can you tell me what the real value of those are in our system? And just to clarify, we use them for internal borrowing. Is that correct?
We do. And if you recall, if we go back originally, there were 2 lots of 12 million. One lot was left as an internal borrowing bank, which we need to ourselves. We could free that money up by going externally and raising the debt. Okay, and replacing the internal debt with external debt.
But would be borrowing to do that.
Would be borrowing to do that.
And at a higher interest rate.
At a higher interest rate, yeah. The second thing is when we cashed up, when council sold the overseas of the investments, they realised something in the order of 5.5, 6 million. At that stage, you may recall that time ago, the share markets had been hammered quite significantly. And it was decided to bring those funds back, and they effectively sit as a reserve.
And it's still borrow again, so.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're what I'm planning to do now, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, but we will start our deliberations and start having the conversation now, and then break for lunch. Lunch will be here about 1:45.
Might be worth getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put the email on there.
Okay.
So John, just to clarify that, so you said that amount sits as a reserve, so how much is that?
Reserve about 5 million.
So has anyone got any, I think there was the asset, you mentioned the asset, Sarah Jane, you mentioned the asset register, and did you have any comment to make?
Yeah,
on that?
I did. So on, sorry, let me just find it again. So on the potentially surplus property master, it says here in the working party's comments, some of them were saying, leave for now, low priority, investigate selling, offer to adjoining neighbours. Has any of that been done?
No. And yes, essentially, if there's one buyer, it's pretty challenging to convince somebody to buy. I suppose part of the problem with a lot of our land holdings is the cost of sale exceeds their value. The time involved in realising it is challenging. There are properties such as 25 Waihau Road.
And I see, there's also one on Pyro Tuna Road. I mean, there's the Springdale tennis park next to the school. I don't really understand why we own that.
Some of them will be in reserve status.
Yeah. But I mean, why can't we sell them back, sell that to the school or?
Well, yes, we could, of course. But if the school doesn't want it, then it's a question of, well, who will buy it?
And I guess the question here is this what you're thinking of to take it off our rates this year? That is the critical question, or are you just looking at this as a viewpoint? Because we are
absolutely to take it off for the next 2 years. Because I mean, there's a lot of properties here that obviously nothing's been actioned. Whereas that working party, made comments about what should happen.
A long time ago. Yeah, I think it's something perhaps we can look at.
So I can think of one property which, in Matamata, which is, possibly
sold.
But it could bring in some significant amount of money.
But I guess the challenge is that you're using it to pay for the groceries.
Well, no, but hang on. The submitters are saying sell off our assets. So what do they mean by selling off our assets? Are they asking us to sell our assets to increase our reserves, or are they telling us to sell the assets to reduce the rates? And that's the question, right? Because there's a big deal, what they particularly would like us to do with it.
And is that a prudent decision?
So yeah, I'm not saying it's prudent. I'm just saying that that's a question as to how they want it applied. Right? We've sold a property in Lawrenceville. Does that money come through? Oh, not that.
Look, I know it's some purchase.
Okay, but say it's, I don't know, what was $500,000, right?
Yeah.
So what were we proposing to do with it?
The funds, we haven't. There was
No decision. But I guess is this a debate around what you would use the sale of assets for, if it's to help reduce rates, or is it to invest it in community or capital items that are of benefit to the community?
The point is today we have got submitters saying we should sell our assets, right, to reduce the rates, right? So that's a decision that we would have to make as a council as to whether whatever money comes in the sale of assets, what it actually gets applied to.
Just if I can raise the point that was brought to submissions today around rationalising our 3 offices in 3 towns. So I think it's
long-term
it's gotta be a
plan discussion.
consideration.
Long-term plan discussion. It's not something we can just do. I think there's an opportunity here. I think with the submissions and where we've with what's happening is that our long-term plan is going to be a significant strategic piece of work. Find ways to be more effective and more efficient, but there will never be 100% support for any of the, for the decisions we make. But it's about making a decision that's right for as best as we can.
Yes, because selling some land at the moment is probably.
Yeah. Jane.
I guess just on the backs of selling land too, you've got the capital value of selling it, but then some of these things obviously are probably also taking some maintenance. So that's coming straight off your operating costs for rates as well. So while you might not necessarily clear a whole lot of money selling the thing, if no one's using it, you get the benefit of taking it off your books for maintenance as well. So
I think is this the sale of assets actually something that comes in the next 12 months? Because we can't, like to say we have to strike a rate in the before the 1st of July.
Exactly. So if we knew that we were having a $3 million income from a sale of an asset, and we said that's not going to happen for 12 months, but we'll borrow money for 12 months to reduce the rates this year, knowing that it would be then offset by the sale. You understand why?
Is that prudent?
Yeah, is that prudent?
So, is that prudent? Well, these are the things that we're going to talk about.
So I'm not sure if this comment will be helpful, but it's another element to reflect on, and that is I know there's been a lot of publicity around the Auckland Council sale of airport shares. Now, putting aside the argument about whether people wish those shares to be sold or not, for a variety of different reasons. What I understand is the saving there is that their argument is their airport investment returns so much dividend per year. If they took that same amount of capital and put it into the bank, they earn a different level of revenue. And so, in excess of the dividend. So that's where, my understanding is that's what they're going to use to subsidise, to rather than subsidising the rates from share value dividends, they're subsidising it from bank returns, which are a higher value than the dividend.
They also have a much higher percentage of income that is not rate set.
Correct. I mentioned the figure to me that the Auckland City income compilation is significantly funded by fees and charges as opposed to rates. And I think it was something in the order of 60%. So they get significantly affected when people stop jumping on the bus or going on the ferry terminal or that type of discretionary spend, whereas obviously clearly rates are a compulsory charge. The other thing which doesn't often get brought up, and we may have seen in the paper this morning, is that when the Auckland City talk about rates, they never mention water wastewater charges, which is separately billed, separately invoiced. They are projected to go up 9% every year for the next 10 years.
Okay, just lunch has apparently arrived, so I think what we can do is do the one recommendation that the council has heard the submitters and wish to be heard and has considered all written submitters received. We'll move that now and then we'll break for lunch and come back down. So move Sue, second Russell, all those in favour please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Carried. So we'll now break for lunch.
Thank you.
So we'll take down the live streamers.
Who got the chair?
Live streaming again, guys. Okay, we're back live streaming. Back online, continuing with our deliberations. Obviously, we just followed on from our conversations earlier. We have, we've been out with the two options. Oh, sorry. Sorry, we're live streaming again. My apologies, I didn't have my microphone on. So we had the two options that we went out for consultation was 16.9%, or we'd reduce it by a couple of percent and borrow or whatever. Those were the suggestions in our draft annual plan, which I think should read out here. And we were asking for suggestions of things that we might have missed. So there've been a number of suggestions for us to consider. And I guess now the question is what is our appetite? Because initially we were going out with 16.9, thinking we did not want to borrow for our groceries, we did not want to kick a can down the road. So is there still an appetite for that, or is somebody wanting to open the conversation around it? We've listened to our submitters, we are hearing the pain, we are hearing the higher rate increases are hitting some of the lower property values in the towns because of the targeted rate that is distorting our 16.9 and making it significantly higher. Now, if I haven't got that quite right, please, say so. But is there a feeling that we are now, there is a desire for us to look at opportunities to reduce that 16.9?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Okay. So this is on the table. So we've got a number of options that we can consider. Do we want to borrow that money to drop us down to 14%? No? Are we wanting to consider the targeted rate for the water user, because that is where the significant increase has been? Is that a possibility? I'm just trying to get everybody thinking about where we're heading so that we can get some guidance from staff.
Yes.
Yes.
In my opinion.
So there's a number of options we've had. Is there a desire to sell assets to subsidise this rate increase?
Not this rate increase.
Personally, I would like to see it because I mean they are ongoing costs. You look at
Microphone.
oh sorry, Waihau Road. That's 25.
But that's not So again, that's an asset that the reserves have paid for, that you're wanting that money put towards a rate reduction.
Well, I mean, that example is a bit more complicated. It was my understanding was it was purchased with debt, and debt servicing cost is $50,000 net, which has been subsidised from the diesel rate. So, but the other ones where there's actually no debt associated with it would be a different story. But
I would think that there is an appetite to look at selling off some assets. To me, not upfront for rate reduction, but I think that there probably is some appetite to look at that for whatever the future outcome of it might be. But I think there is definitely some assets around the place that we need to look at getting off of the books for varying different reasons. But personally, for me, probably not this year for rates.
Potential for future
efficiencies going.
So again, that's our that conversation is around our efficiencies and our long-term plan discussion coming in the coming year to set our rate for the following year. Yeah.
I think Bruce's idea has merit. That if there's something savable that council doesn't need, is never going to need, a bit of dirt somewhere that could be sold in the next 12 months, I wouldn't be against borrowing to cover that over the next 12 months to reduce this rate increase.
I guess the challenge there is we haven't actually identified those properties.
Not really.
And so we're sort of preempting something that we haven't fully discussed. But Bruce, have you got something to add to that?
Well,
we've got
we
this.
have,
Sarah Jane, sorry, Bruce.
well, following on from Peter, we have got two in particular that were not bought with borrowing. You know, we've got the one in Morrisville, and we've got the one that's coming up ultimately in Matamata, right? Those two are, they've been long-term assets held, right? So, you know, if they were collectively worth, I don't know, $3 million or whatever, and we know that we're going to get that money, then I personally would support borrowing today for that debt to be repaid when that sales goes through, so that we don't have a long-term debt liability. But at least it would bring back the rate level for this year. And everything I've heard is people are hurting, and the people that are hurting are the ones that can least afford it, because they're the ones that are getting the 23s and the 24%.
So I guess the challenge there is, are we going to set a precedent? Because we did, I just highlight that 3 years ago we sat around the table with COVID and said we were told we had to do zero, and we did. And I think that's created an expectation of zeros. And while this isn't a zero today, it's created an expectation that and I just am concerned about setting precedents.
I'd like to know what other options we've got for us.
Yeah,
before we start
drilling down.
Yes.
Yep. So one of them was the conversation around the Better Off funding and the impact that might have. There was obviously the conversation around the selling of realising some assets, and but there was no desire to borrow directly. So is there anything we can work from there, team?
I suppose the other question, whether or not there's a view as to what it is you want to reduce the rate to, because that might alter the approach we take.
So can I come in there, Adrian? You know, I have a feeling that as a council that we use what I term a comfort plus budgeting model. And to explain that, that's where we look at what we spent last year, and we look at what those costs are going to be for this year, and then we add a few on for some things that we would like to do, and we come out with, this is how much we want for the rates. So if we were to, as a council, say to our management team, we believe our ratepayers can accept a figure of, and I'll just say 13%, right? How do you do that? And that's what you're really saying, Don, is you know, how much, if we're going to have a reduction, what will it be? So if I was to say, right, Don, we think that the community will accept 13%. How would we do that? Now you're going to have to come back with how those reductions could be made, where you can make savings that we hadn't thought of before, where we can make efficiency gains, where we should look at how we undertake the work that we do, without saying that we're going to reduce libraries to 2 days a week or 3 days a week or whatever. We need to make some hard. We need to make some hard decisions, right? So you know, I'd say, I say, you know, and Mania will know that we were sitting up there, and I said, you're not going above 12.9, didn't I? Did I say that? No, Mania, I was. But however, I'll say today, right now, I'd say, well, can we set a rate of 13% overall, right? And then we've got to say to our management team here, how would we achieve that?
I just remind you to put your lights on if you wish to speak, please.
I see it the other way around, Don. I see it as, where have we got some money that we can offset rates? And I don't care whether it comes down to 12.9 or 10.5. It's just a case of, have we got some funds that are available to us? And then we go from there. Otherwise, we're going around in circles. We need to know where some money is that can be used to offset, and then we come down to where we are from there. I don't care what the number is. I want to see how much we can offset at this stage, because we're talking about next year, not going forward. Going forward's a whole different situation to me. But for me,
because we have been talking about, not kicking the can down the road, we're making costs more expensive going forward. So false economies going forward, and then if we are in a position to be able to offer a lower rate than what we've gone out with, then is it from? So there's two things, isn't there? Is it from savings, i.e. cutting back on what we're doing? And I think we've said that some of that's going to be in our long-term plan discussions going forward. Certainly, there's going to be some quite robust discussions around that time, and for the life of me, I'm not sure how much more we can trim off it, because we're pretty robust with looking through all that. But again, there might be some other ideas around the table, and then what funding, if any, can we put to help the community? And I mean, the majority of our submitters today, really feel for them. It's fixed income and
living in town.
And so, is there a way, and that we could alleviate that? So I'm not sure what we can cut, because I don't want to be pushing the can down the road. So there's an acknowledgement that our community have come out and said, "Hi-ho, people, it's pretty expensive." So where's our compromise?
Peter.
Yeah, I mean, to me, to make savings on what council currently does indicates that there's going to be a drop in the level of service somewhere.
Which isn't in this.
And the other thing is this, Don, that the second chunk of power New Zealand money, this $5 million that you talked about, I guess we've borrowed internally against that.
It's invested in term deposits.
Okay. So I mean, if I was running my household, and instead of Diana, of course, and along came, unexpected cost increases, and had money sitting in the bank, I'd be looking at whether I need to just do a one-off spend and get rid of that money. Sad, but maybe a necessity. You can only spend it once, but
You can't get paid.
Well, yes, you can spend it once, but then, I mean, there's a few other things that may have to be thought about. And that are you looking to take it off the total rate? Or are you looking to take it off the general rate? Or are you looking to take it off the targeted rates? Or are you looking at a mix of those things? Then, and because our rating structure is specific, targeted rate funded and general rate funded. I mean, if you take the money and apply it to the targeted rates, because that's where the big increases are occurring clearly, then the rural and forgive that. A couple of things, that shortfall in income still exists after 1 year. I mean, it's still there. Plus, so you're going to have to start rating for it at some point. But then the rural ratepayer might say, well, that's my money too. Why are you using it to offset the targeted rate? I suppose it's just those sort of complexities.
Yeah, I think I'm not hugely supportive of borrowing money to pay rates, given that we still could have difficult years ahead for the next 2 years in rates. I think if in the first time we run into trouble with the rates being high, we're setting that precedent going forward that we're going to dip into our bank every time that we need to find a solution to rates being high. So I'm kind of not in favour of that so much, but I think like we discussed this morning, there's money potentially maybe we might be able to do through the Better Off funding, which is money that was aside for small community-based projects that, you know, the community has spoken pretty loudly about, that they don't want them at this time when things are tough. So, you know, there was something that we, you know, I sort of thought about this morning in discussions, that it might be something that we can, you know, use without having a dip into borrowing, and, you know, maybe saving some asset sales for future if we need to. So yeah,
It's come from water, it could go back to water.
come from water could go back to water. Yeah. So.
Mayor Adrian, councillors, just the question we always ask ourselves in terms of our budgeting and advising you, we've always got an eye to the future. We're always considering what the impact of a decision today will be in terms of our advice to you and its flow-on effects. And so we hear very, very loudly and clearly that what you want to do is to lessen the impact of the rate increase that we read out within the draft annual plan. Just want to touch on one thing that Councillor Dewhurst mentioned before. Just remind, you may easily have forgotten this, but when we first reported a budget to you on the 11th of November last year, we were talking about 33.05% rate increase. And that was clearly unacceptable, but that was a budget based on what we thought we would need to do to actually deliver what we understood that you wanted us to do. Big chunk of that was in depreciation, increased depreciation. So we talked to you about, and you agreed to share risk and say, let's not fund all of that depreciation. You also made a decision to cut back the capital program, if you recall, and we saved $500,000 of interest by cutting back the capital program to something that was a trade-off between everything you wanted to do and what you thought you could do. We didn't fund all the salaries that we have for positions. We actually short funding our salaries because that's a big chunk of your business. So we took a risk on that, and we said up to 800,000 to 600,000 in one place and 100 and somewhere. We said we would take the risk on that we won't replace everybody during the year and we'll have savings. My point about sharing these things was that you actually got it down to 15.4 after that discussion. And then you said to me, that's still too high. Went away and came back to you, and the closest I could get it to was 13.8, what we got down to with our draft, your first draft. And that was, as I think the point that was made, that going any lower in our view was going to then test the levels of service. So to go further, you could of course go further, okay? My question to you would be, please then, if we do that, then you need to accept some risk that some things are going to fall off somewhere. Now, there's already risk in here already. We've already built, I'll go back to the waters discussion. We actually said to you, the waters is actually starting to blow out, but we think we're going to have a discussion with the new entity and say they should pick that up because it's all compliance costs. So we took a risk on the waters budget. So there's a number of places that we've taken risk in this budget to get to where we were. And then, of course, the decision was made to defer the three waters when we had to come back to you and ask you, are these decisions still prudent? So my long-winded explanation was really to say, we've gone through a lot. That's not to say we couldn't do more, but I do believe that if we go into the budget more now, the actual operating budget, we are going to start affecting levels of service. That's my view. Yep. But there's always something you can do. So if you tell us to do that, we will. What we have got a sense from, as I said before, that you definitely want to respond to the submissions that you've received to try and lessen the impact. And what we will show you is, because we knew you would ask us to do this, as the chief executive has just said, we don't know exactly how much, but we can give you some examples of what could happen if you were to use another source of funding to offset the rates in this year, which is better off, say, or use asset sales or borrow. We can show you, and we will show you what effect that will have at a certain level. I asked my finance manager straight after you broke this before lunch. I said, here's three options: selling assets, borrowing, or offsetting or better off. which of those are the most prudent? She said, better off straight away. So, and for the reasons that you've already outlined, the chief executive made the comment to us, there's always a D-Day where that decision will still come home and you'll have to face up to a reality. But look, we understand. All I wanted to, in a long-winded way, is say, I'm going to struggle because I've tried it once before to eke any more operating savings out without affecting some level of service. Can we offset rates in one of those ways we talked about before? Yes, of course. Lani has done some modelling of that and can show you what kind of effect that might have.
Question with regard. Yep.
Can you remind me how better off funding works? As I wasn't in the council last time. My understanding is that it's $4.3 million. Or how much is it?
Sorry.
Yeah, it is.
And does council have to apply for that money through various projects, or does somebody say, here you are, nice council, here's this money? How does that work?
So we applied for it and put it against the allocation proposition, which you may recall was turn private place and so forth. So if we were to reallocate that, we would have to go back to DIA and make a case for reallocating that money to something else. Now, I'm assuming they'll be sympathetic to that, but I can't absolutely guarantee that. They might say no. Yeah, I mean, it is possible, and some local authorities have sought and had that money allocated against their operating. I suspect, and we talked about this before earlier this morning, that they'll be more sympathetic if the money was being allocated to Three Waters activity.
Which it could be, yes.
I beg your pardon.
Which you like some.
Which it could be done, because it's a.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And whatever supply the post that just drops off.
Yep, whatever. Yeah.
Or reduces.
A reduced budget. Yeah.
Pick up later. And how much of that, like it's 4.28 or something, how much of that has already been allocated?
We haven't applied for any yet, is that right, Erin?
Yeah, so no, I haven't applied for any funding, but initially you can apply for this. And we're going to use it from that given. Any of it. I did receive an email today which I forwarded to John, which says how you get it without asking for a change in allocation. So on council, obviously we can action
Do you get the feeling that a lot of people are asking for a change in use allocation? A lot of councils to get that email from you. That's all. It doesn't matter. It's just a point.
Sorry, Adrian. And so, as we are so often the case, we seem to be the ones who offer just another subtle view, because we aren't in control of that decision, because we'd be relying on the DIA. And while we think there is very good rationale, and it's been done before as to why, we would always suggest that there's a backup plan to that in case it doesn't happen. And that's, if you look at the order of prudence in our view of the three options, better off, which we think is possibly the most prudent, selling assets and borrowing. We would think selling assets is the next most prudent option, because you're borrowing, you're going to pay it back. So we would always suggest you have when you're not in control of that decision, have a backup plan.
Righty, so Lani, you've got some numbers popped up there.
So what I've done, also we
Yes, can you?
Sorry. Yes, so the other thing was metered water income. In the first budget that you saw, we hadn't altered the metered water income from previous years. The reason was because we weren't sure at that point that we were going to make the budget that we had for this current year. But that sort of turned around and we've picked up and we look like we're going to make about 93% of our metered water budget for the year. So the metered water rate always shifts by the same amount that our targeted water rate shifts. So we've been looking at putting our metered water rate up to, at this point, about $2.61 per cube. So with that, and we've looked at our volume of metered water over the last 3 years, and we need to be a little bit conservative because as we put the prices up, it could change behaviour. We're also very dependent on weather. We have a drought. Some of the industries, we have to cut them off. So yeah, so being conservative, we think we could add 500,000 metered water income. So I've put that into the equation, and then we've also talked about that using 800,000 better off funding to subsidise the water rate for this year. So the figures below show the outcome of those two changes. I've highlighted the columns that show the UAGC set at a rate of 27.5, which is what you'd previously decided.
Yep.
Then I've also shown a range of other options. I think we are fitting them all on that one page, so they're all there. Sorry, they're a bit small, but I'll give you a minute to digest that. Probably just one thing to point out that as we put the, as we reduce the metered water targeted rate, it actually has an effect of pushing up the rates to our rural properties with no services. That's because of the way the 30% cap calculation works.
I would be looking at 14.6.
So why have you chosen $800,000 from that fund and not 2 million or something like that?
Choose to arrive at that 2% less than the 16.9.
So I do think I'm obliged also to advise. I mean, there are costs that have shifted in other areas. For example, the latest salary projections are approximately 1% above what we had provided for.
I think the other thing too is if we take too much off, it's going to then be a substantial increase when it's realised in the years to come. And because the greatest unknown for us at the moment is if there is a change in government, there appears to be that these reforms won't occur. So the waters will stay in our books presumably, and we will be facing
It's a whole big can of worms.
It is. And we're starting to face it now with the cost of water and compliance. And then we've got the capital cost of the Lockerbie plant coming on, water treatment plant coming on. There'll be the borrowing cost that will go onto the targeted rate for that. There's also the renewal of the wastewater treatment plant. There are some significant capital costs coming ahead in this particular targeted rate. And I think too, I don't know, we've got a challenge here around understanding the decisions we make today and how they still impact in the future. And if we artificially, because this better off funding isn't happening forever, this is a one-off to help reduce the impact now, because currently we are in a cost of living problem. We've got a highly inflated economy. So not only are our people, individuals affected by the cost of inflation, we as a council, the organisation, is also severely impacted by inflation to a higher level than what the general householder is because of the goods that we buy. So I guess to put that in, is it a prudent, are you comfortable? What other options are there, I suppose, is the thing. And I guess the challenge that you raised, Bruce, was around a property that doesn't receive water, but for some reason has got a 23% rate rise. But is it potentially because it's a lower value property?
Yes, it will be.
And it's incredible that it's facing a higher rate rise than the average.
That's what it does, but that's exactly what it does. The
Without
value of the
water.
property, the water percentage of the increase.
Yeah, but without water.
Based on it, based on targeted rate and stuff.
Yeah, but without water, this property doesn't have water.
It's still the same.
One of our councillors here is facing a 24%.
So it sounds like that's a similar situation to what's happening in Waitoa.
Well-
Their rate increase is massive.
So I'm trying to
Yeah, and
understand.
what role
why.
do you?
Are they getting a refuse service? So they'll have that increased as well.
But they would have been already receiving the refuse service.
Sorry, excuse me, I'm lying. I didn't hear what you just said, which might have been useful to know.
Sorry, I just asked if they had a refuse service already.
Well, Lania, are you able to cut and paste in what the current rate increase would be next to that column at what we went out to, at what we went out with at the 16.9%? Have you got that on another spreadsheet? You could just drop it next to that.
Yes. And while she's magicking that up, what would happen if we took $1 million? It's in my mind, it's only another 200,000 instead of the 800. I mean, I'm not
So roughly,
just wanting to get that.
for you, Mayor Adrian, 800,000 roughly took 3% off those top, roughly, was it 3? Oh, no, sorry, we've got more than 800,000. We've got 1.3 million in there at the moment. And that's taken off,
Well, of those individual properties, they were more than that.
More than that.
Because they were near 18 and
Yeah.
19 and
Yeah.
20.
Took $1 million from the better off. That's what I'm.
Yeah, and I'm just working out a ratio, sorry, in my
You
head.
can do that in your head. Wow.
Which, I mean, I think it's closer to 6% that it's taken off that first one from 1.3 million. So another 200,000 is going to take off, sorry, at least another 1.5%.
Okay, and what, if we took that amount, the effect going forward would be tougher. If we took, if you, did somebody, it's my, like, disclaimer, my sixth form book had been, if we took more better off funding, what would happen going in the years to come? It would,
So as the chief executive has said, we would be funding, in effect, we're using this money to fund our operations in that area. I don't expect our operational cost of water to go down. So at some point, there will be a day when people will have to pay the true cost. So,
just take a little and.
yeah.
Okay.
So can we just analyse?
Come to your microphone so that people can hear. Sorry, Bruce.
Sorry, so just analysing that, so a $500,000 residential service, right? Under 16.9 was going to have an overall rate of
20%.
20.46?
Yes.
Right, okay, and so with the adjustments you've made there, we're now going to be at 14.8.
What is that for our overall rate? So
13.79.
30.79, thank you.
So that's made a significant difference to those lower value
properties.
And for me, going back to it again, little old lady, single income, single person.
Please don't call it.
Please don't call it.
Sorry, Sue.
The real terms of my rate, which is the thing I keep going on and on about.
So the dollars are 3.29. No, so 3.8.
Yeah.
387 versus 534.
Okay.
On a 500,000. It's significant, like $200.
Yeah, that's significant. Yeah. Religion. So, here.
Yes,
share on the screen, just make it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
That I would be happy, I personally.
So we need to, I guess the challenge here is the properties that are experiencing a high rate rise but don't have water or wastewater as to why they're experiencing. So we need to understand that anomaly, Bruce, because this isn't going to make any difference to them.
Well, it does make that difference.
So we know in Whitehall, because we looked at that specific case, it was two charges with a reason for that. One of them in Whitehall was because of the refuse, and the other one was the UAGC movement. Those two movements, and because they don't have water and don't have wastewater, the dollar increases on those properties relative to their total rates was a lot bigger.
Yeah.
So that's,
They didn't have before.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering whether that, if there was some funding to come from somewhere else, we might be able to put it somewhere other than in the targeted water area to help those types of, people out. But I guess my concern around doing that too is that if you then pick up a broader group of people, then the amount of money is so diluted that, the other people that are here that are making quite a significant reduction in rate cost are going to drop out of a fair bit of that. So while I feel for them in that particular area, I'm not sure how much help we can be with what options are that we have on the table. So we might be better off to say, look, we're really sorry, we're not going to do something next year more targeted at them, but go more with the masses this year of the people where we can give them the biggest reduction.
Well, these are the ones where they're most significantly affected. They're living in town, they're people on fixed income, presumably, that we can potentially offer some support to. Peter, you've got your light on.
So why don't we go better than that? So I mean, it's still quite a high rate increase.
So the risk, I guess, the conversation around that is next year, because those costs will still be there. So what will we do next year? And I know that the rate rise is not going to be, or presumably the rate rise, it was projected in our long-term plan that it will be under 6% next year. So by doing this year, you can expect that to go on next year, because we might, or unless there's another pot of money that we can come up with.
Well, there is that borrowing against, asset sales.
But again, that's a cost. That's it's another year to think about.
We've got to be careful.
Yeah, I think we do have to be careful around the decisions we make today and the impact that it will have down the track. And by providing a bit of easing now, and it's only a bit of easing, but knowing that it's going to come on at some stage down, next year, the targeted rate. But hopefully, if inflation does ease, if interest rates begin to ease, the pressures.
But they might not.
But they might not. And that's the thing. So to go more now will put more expectation on next year. That's probably what I'm trying to, what I think. I don't know whether everyone agrees with me.
I don't.
But also, next year's one is rates increases, around 6% or whatever it is. But the following year has a spike in the long-term plan too, doesn't it? Isn't that forecast to go up for 1 week?
No, they're all under 6%.
And again, our conversation for this coming long-term plan, there's going to be some courageous conversations around, do we need 3 officers, or what does our service levels look like? Maybe that's where the LTP is going to be a big piece of work that we have a lot to think about, and where the priorities might sit. And it might be a staged approach. I don't know. We can't do everything all in one hit. I think that's very hard to magic up everything in 1 year, but if we can have a strategy that sees us moving in a general direction where we can provide certainty that rates won't spike as much. And the thing is with this one, it's spiking because of a new contract. That is the only reason it is spiking. And people have asked, can we carry it out to the next year? No, we can't, because it's a 10-year contract. So we won't have that. That's the thing that's caused this spike, is to appreciate a 10-year contract. So is there any further discussion?
Question?
Yeah, can you get a microphone closer? Sorry, Kevin.
Sorry.
Why do we set the UAGC so early? We made that decision at the end of last year. And I mean, it doesn't have to be a rocket scientist to realise that making the UAGC 25% pretty much gives everyone a very similar sort of an increase. And if I was to make if I was voting on the UAGC right now, that's what I would be voting for. Just to level things out.
Which is where it was last year.
Yeah.
Currently.
That's where it's.
So why do we set it so early before we have these discussions?
Because we were setting a race at 12.99.
Yeah, but we're not now.
Yes, and lead.
Well, you will have to.
Can we not change
But
it.
then you're pushing, so by doing that, then you are now creating rural properties with no services at 19% and town properties at 9 and 11%.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Sorry?
If you look at it with the better off funding taken into account, you are then increasing the rural rates by 19.41%.
Middle one.
14.4.
Oh, sorry.
14.5 to 14.
Sorry, I was reading the wrong column.
Sorry, rural at 25 is
14.7 and 13.8.
2016. Why do we have to have these random numbers?
I think it's not a discussion for now, but next year.
There's a
I think
discussion
it
for
needs
now.
to be on the table now.
But then we've gone out.
We've gone out on that.
Well, we went out on 16.9. We're thinking about bringing 16.9 down. Nothing's off the table.
I guess the challenge I have here, though, is that it's the targeted rate that has risen significantly for the service that the town folk receive.
Correct.
And you are then tweaking and like last time when we tweaked it was purely on the valuations of the property and the general rate. This rate increase is based on services that rural and lifestyle block owners don't receive, and therefore there is a perception of cross-subsidisation of that. That's just looking at it from a black and white point of view, but.
And I mean, as a rural ratepayer, I would be seriously annoyed to be paying that and receiving nothing.
Yeah.
And having pretty marginal
Yeah,
revenue.
because I think that was the thing to explain why we changed it the previous year was because the valuations came in and the town valuations rose more rapidly than the farming ones did. And that was a justified reason to tweak the UAGC because it was the general rates and not, this, the nub of this is that we cannot get away from the fact that the three waters is significantly dearer than it used to be. And
will be, no matter who
it will continue as with the regulatory environment and the need to upgrade our plants.
$4 a day still ain't too bad, is it?
Well, that's the other thing.
$4 a day. It's not
So
too bad.
I think that's the magic rabbit at this stage. I guess the challenge is that so there is a desire to stick with the 800,000 to apply to the DIA to be able to allocate this money towards water targeting the compliance. It's
I was thinking a higher number than that, but given that you've got saved another 500,000 in the water meter that we can put towards it, I'm comfortable with 800,000 from the.
Because that's obvious for next year.
Yeah, it does, absolutely.
Anybody that hasn't said anything that would like to make a comment?
So our figure now is a proposed 23 total rate increase of 13.79. All right, and that's the left-hand one there.
Correct.
Right, because it says 16, but so we're 13.
Yep.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Right, yes. I'm just making sure I'm looking at the right column.
Yeah.
All right,
13.79.
Yeah.
So is there anybody else wanting to put another option on the table? Is this where we are landing? Kevin mentioned UAGC. Is there an appetite to change it? No appetite to change the
I
UAGC?
think we do need to take the rural versus residential off the table. It's a tool in our toolbox that we need to use to get everything level. That's what we need to use it for. And ignoring it just because we've got some rural people in the room to say they don't want to pay more rates is ludicrous.
It's not that.
It's a tool in our toolbox.
I understand, but it's the services that we don't get.
But we don't use your roads.
Well, maybe.
So why is that not a targeted?
The main road.
And probably our economy is derived from the primary sector that needs those roads.
I think.
I don't know.
I-
I understand what you're saying though.
I take your comment, Kevin, that, we looked at it too early. I believe we did look at it too early.
Yeah.
I don't want to be flip-flopping on it, with this and going back when, I see that we're not using the service, that they're not using the services. I get your argument about that, but I don't want to be going back with them with another 4% when,
I agree.
without, essentially blindsiding them on that increase. So
27.
I think it's something that's still in our back pocket for the future.
That's a conversation for
Yeah.
next time.
We did it last time. And I moved that we change it back. And if we did it too early, we done it too early. But I'm far more comfortable looking at this now. And a guy at Waitoa Farmer Road is going to be getting something around 14.83, not
23.
not 23. Well, he's actually it'll be slightly different, won't it, if we were to look at, it'll still be above 14.83.
But it's still more palatable.
But it's still more palatable than 23.0 something.
And they won't have to buy rubbish bags.
No, that's what I said. So I guess the only risk here is if the DIA say no.
We can only ask and then find
So
out.
then the next will be, we consider either using some reserves or selling an asset.
There is a plan B, but I'm sorry, I would hate to think the DIA would say no. There's precedents right through other councils that suggest that they have no basis to say no. But we do have a plan B if they do.
Okay. We come to a reasoned agreement.
I'd apply for more than $800,000.
Yeah, but next year.
Yeah. Next year's next year.
I think if we, yes.
That's fine.
I think if we take it, if we go, we tip it too far, then we're reducing it by so much that next year, if we have to go back up again with the full amount, it's actually, because it is quite significant. Okay, so have you got a resolution there that we can use, please?
Right.
So we need to change things.
Yes, so this is what I'll look up with.
We don't really want to look at this point in time.
You're just writing as we go.
Scrolling furiously.
So what was the rate? 13.79?
0.00.
Leaving the UAGC as it is. And that we're going to apply to the Department of Internal Affairs. Yeah.
So,
It'll be not buy, isn't it?
specifically note for water, wastewater costs.
I think Bruce's point is correct.
Is it of 800, not by? In number 7?
Yeah.
Adrian, is the last bit of 8A, is that correct?
We'll get to that.
And council should
Yeah, we
reduce.
Haven't finished yet.
Oh, sorry.
I think we have. We've reduced the rate. Hey,
Consider the submissions received, not and received, or that's good.
yeah.
I suppose council should reduce it,
We haven't reduced our spending on services, we've actually borrowed.
but it says council should, so I suppose that's the correct statement, even though we may not have.
Consider.
Well, the views expressed was that we should
Where's your summary of the. Yeah.
In our view, and that's where B becomes the next part, our view just strikes the balance includes. So I guess we haven't a number of reductions through the application. I don't know whether the wording of that B is I think just we strike a balance.
Doesn't include another reduction.
I don't think it does, in the sense that we're actually using better off funding to achieve. We aren't actually reducing our spending. We aren't increasing our spending. We
Well, it just be strikes a balance also.
yeah, strikes a balance.
Does B need to be there?
That might not be.
I'm in your hands. If you
I think we probably don't need it. Just means council can deliver all existing services.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think the greatest opportunity we have here is the work in our long-term plan to reset, because our current long-term plan is so irrelevant now.
That's not the updated version with the updated capital program.
No.
No? Oh, no.
Yes, that's the biggie, isn't it, going forward?
Sorry, so the capital program should be 15.1. And the renewal should be 14.7.
Okay, is that it? So if we run it down from the top. We could probably do it in one, I would be picking. So the UAGC is confirmed at the same value, yeah.
0.5, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so if we, that's where we're at. Okay, so moving on from where we've talked about receiving our submissions, the recommendation we passed before we broke for lunch. Now, number 6 is council confirms the UAGC set at 27.5 as per a decision in December. That council applies to the Department of Internal Affairs for a change in the use of better funding of $800,000 to offset the water and wastewater costs in 2023-24. That council confirms proposed rates increase of 13.79 for the 23-24 year for the following reasons. A, council has considered the submissions received and the views expressed during the consultation process. In particular, we have reflected on the concerns regarding cost of living increases, that rates should be kept as low as possible. Rates increases, rates should be kept as low as possible, and council should reduce its spending. Should it be rates increases? Because we can't, you know, it's not rates.
Yes.
Rates increases should be kept as low as possible, and the council should reduce its spending and or services. That's what they said. It means
a good reflection of what the feedback is.
Yeah. It means council can continue to deliver all our existing services and make progress on projects already underway. This includes capital program 15.1 and a total of renewal program of 14.7. How each property pays will vary depending on the property value and the services they receive, curbside and recycling collections and water supply. Or is water supply defined, or is it water because it's the 3 waters? It's not like water supply just sort of seems to refer to drinking water. Is it the 3 waters that we should be? Does it matter? Am I being semantic?
Water services?
Water services? Water services, perhaps is probably a better word. Or not?
And water services.
Water services.
We don't have a lot of stormwater.
No, we don't, but it is all part of, isn't it? Because it varies.
Water just.
Is it right? No, do you have a review?
I know, I was going to mention something else, so I'm not going to stop you from it.
Okay, and then D, we acknowledge the total rate increase of 13.79 is a large increase for the community, but the council is wary of deferring any more costs as prices only go up. Council is currently working on its long-term plan, 2024-34 LTP, which is due to be finalised in June 2024. As part of this process, Council is reviewing its levels of service, and under Section 97 of the Local Government Act 2002, Council is unable to make or significantly alter levels of service, including a decision to commence or cease any significant activity.
Okay.
And you need to get rid of just any significant activity. Oops. Council is unable to, yes, significantly alter and cease any significant activity unless explicitly provided for in the LTP, and it is included within the consultation document. Council will be engaging with the community on the LTP over the coming year. And then number 10, Council approves the inclusion in the long-term plan 23-24 budget changes arising from revenue decreases, funded depreciation increases, contract and cost escalating as per the consultation document. So is that standard? Sorry?
Annual plan, not long-term.
Oh, annual plan, yeah. Did I say long-term? Sorry. Obviously my brain too. Approved by, as we approved on the 3rd of May. And then number 11, Council notes the following summary of what is driving the 13.79 rates increase. Do you want to do it separately?
Yes, sorry.
And then there's also the numbers. So you've updated those numbers, obviously. Because we've got the proposed, that's
Still saying 16.9.
it's still saying 16.9. So do we have to put that in there?
I've given Niall.
You've given Niall the updated?
I was just saying, should the DI, this is subject to DIA approval of that reallocation.
True.
So whether or not, and I was just suggesting maybe a second, if you pass this one and then second resolution, should DIA not approve, then the council will, presumably you'll still stick to that decrease.
It's been well, but do we need to do a resolution of that now? I mean,
Are we acknowledging that there might be a chance that it doesn't get approved?
Yeah.
but to keep to our, but to keep to that, our 13.79, we have to have the 800 in there. So if we're passing with 13.79, and okay, it's got the 800 DIA, I mean, that would mean that we'd have to find 800 from somewhere else.
Correct. We may have.
And does that need to be? And does that need to be? I don't know if it does.
But it gives certainty to the staff that we're going to be at 13.79.
Not going to go back up.
No, and that's what I'm saying. We're voting for 13.79 as it stands now. I'm just trying to figure that out in my mind.
Kevin, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wonder if we were discussing at some point using the COVID fund. And we haven't.
It's
Still an asset.
I know where it is, but we haven't used it. It's available. Why are we using that to drop it further?
Because that's again borrowing for the growth.
Through you, Mayor Adrian, that's exactly what we would come, if what we were thinking, if this decision from DIA is not favourable, we would come back and say, well, we need to fund it from a number of different, potentially the sources that were identified, of which reserves is one of them, of course.
So do we need to slip that in as that should DIA, do you want to put that in this resolution to show, please?
Do you?
Well, we're just, from our perspective, it shows that you are, your decision has been all encompassing, because we think it is prudent, if you're not in charge of the decision fully, that you have a plan.
Definitely. I agree with that, because there is there might be a small risk that they say no. So we have to have plan B that we've considered it.
So put plan B.
So it should, so here in 6, should DIA decline this request, this will be funded by other means.
Application of the COVID fund.
Or
other
means include such as asset sales or reserves, or the COVID Do you want to put the
No,
COVID?
just put it's a reserve. It's a reserve. Just
No.
put it as a reserve.
COVID's just got to go back and be called a reserve. It's
Yeah.
a bit confusing.
Okay, so that gives us a clear decision of what we have made today. And I would be surprised if DIA turned it down, to be honest, because it is being used in the water space. It is a,
We've said that.
yeah. Yeah, other councils have done it, so, yeah. So is anyone prepared to move that? Are you happy to move that in one hit? Because I think it all ties together anyway. It's not like you're going to vote against one thing and not another, or for it and not another. Okay, so is someone prepared to?
I'll move it in its entirety.
Entirety. Thank you, Councillor Dewhurst. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Horn. I'll go formal for this one. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Anyone against?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you're against.
Only based on a couple of the clauses, but that's.
So do you want to note what those clauses are, please? You can do that. Because the thing is if you're voting against it, you're voting against it all.
6.
So Kevin is against 6.
7. And 9D.
Your reasons?
I would have liked to have seen the UAGC go down. I would like to have seen the 800,000 go up. And I would like to see 13.79% lower.
Okay. Pete?
800,000 could be more. That's my point. And I worry a bit more about today and less about tomorrow. So that's my reasoning.
So just number 8. Sarah Jane?
Yeah, same. I mean, next year we may not even have a community to, collect rates from, because people, still are going to struggle with this rate increase.
But I do appreciate everyone's efforts to get it down to 13.79.
Absolutely.
Absolutely great. I would just have liked to have seen it get lower. And I think some of the tools in the toolbox should perhaps have been utilised, maybe not to the full extent of what we did last time, like as in going up 2.5%.
No, that's cool.
Half a percent down would have been.
I think it's just good to understand, because while this motion is carried, the 3 you've got to gone against, and it's not in its entirety. It's just some tweaking that you would have.
Can I just confirm the last page of this recommendation, that you're comfortable with that?
Which?
Just number 10 and 11.
Oh, right, so we haven't covered that off. Yeah. So what might change?
Sorry, I'm just thinking that debt to revenue ratio may change now because we've increased our revenue. But I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what that's going to be.
So how relevant is that?
We just put approximately 5% or something.
What? I don't think it actually needs to be in there. Yeah.
You don't take it up,
What's its relevance?
Yeah, what's its relevance? So 10 goes and 11 stays, so it becomes 10.
Just noting that we just need to pass that resolution when you adopt your annual plan regarding the balanced budget, but that can be dealt with at that time. So you can delete that.
Sorry.
Obviously, debt to revenue ratio of 48% was bloody great.
Exactly. That becomes 10. And we will be ratifying this at the meeting on the 28th of June. Okay. Whoa.
So can I just ask the question related to this, just for future years? The capital expenditure amount and the renewals amounts, which come to 29 million or thereabouts. Don, how much of that was borrowed money? Of that capital expenditure and the renewals expenditure in the next 12 months?
Do you mean as a total dollar sum?
Yeah. So we roughly will be funding 15, 16 million worth of depreciation, which will fund, so the balance effectively will be borrowed.
So there's reserves there that have collected for depreciation to renew those assets.
But my thoughts are, of course, that if we borrow that $15 million and interest rates aren't, I'm not sure if we're going to borrow that, but if they drop down, that might be beneficial to next year's rate increase.
Correct. And this is probably the thing, that we've faced is a rapid rate rise in borrowing. So we're lucky in some respects that we're a council that doesn't have high debt, because that would be also having a severe impact on our bonds. Okay, is there any other business to raise? I think that is us. So I now declare this meeting closed if I can. And we will stop live streaming.